Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand.
Good evening and welcome to Champions Poker Live from Champions Club here in Houston, Texas. This is Dan Fouts coming to you live with Chris McCauley. How's it going tonight, Chris?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me on the commentary. Obviously going to be a great time. Wonderful stream tonight. We got an awesome lineup.
Yeah, it should be a great one. For those of you who don't know, Chris plays on our stream quite often. You might recognize him as Chris U. I believe you played on Tuesday, right?
I played on the, I think it was Monday, actually.
Oh, Monday, that's right.
The 1-3 stream this week. Yeah, that was an awesome time, too. Some of these same guys are now jumping into the bigger game tonight, so very exciting to see how they do today.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's starting with 2,000. This is a 5-5 game with an optional 10 straddle. And some of our regular familiar faces and also a couple of people who don't play on our stream very often, but I'm excited to see them playing tonight, including Hayden in the 5 seat. We'll be getting to him in just a moment here. But starting off in the 1, we've got Mo.
Yeah.
He's always a stream favorite here. Super quiet at the table, but he's a killer.
It's like an American.
I guess we're not going to do the pan around.
Particularly a crazy
We'll introduce everybody as they come. Most of them, if you're a regular on the stream or regular viewer of our stream, you're going to recognize most of these players.
Playing good, man.
A lot of fun lineups, and we've already got a pretty big hand to start. We've got Ace-King offsuit from Hayden over there in the big blind.
Yeah, Hayden drove up today from Dallas. Has played on our stream before, but not a regular like a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
They should put a graphic up for Matt's versus everybody.
Both players catching top pair.
King high flop could be trouble for ATM. Hayden does have the ace of clubs, though. Definitely not going to be going anywhere on this street if we're ATM. Can't fold top pair just yet, but let's see if he can avoid losing all the chips in this situation.
Just tie. But I bet we could get one through before he comes.
He thinks he's so cool. He can just show up whenever.
Jack of clubs on the turn.
I think he's cool.
It's a good card for Hayden, obviously.
Yeah.
Maybe a potential scare card for ATM. Wondering if he'll continue to put all of the money in the pot, given the pretty wet board that we have here now. 125. Still a relatively small bet on the turn, and ATM's not going to fold top pair for that price either. 5 of hearts changes virtually nothing. Pretty clean card for Hayden to go for value on, you have to think at this point. But he does check it. Interesting.
Check.
Does go check, check, and Hayden is going to take down the first pot of the night. Nice pickup for him with ace-king.
Pot A.
What a
I got
start.
it's been fun. Back to Dallas. It was nice to meet you.
Lock it up.
Nice hand.
Always feels good to win the first pot. It's never happened to
You're
me.
winning
I
the
always start out
leaderboard.
stuck. First 100 doesn't count, I always say.
First buy-in doesn't count.
Yeah, first buy-in.
First bullet doesn't matter.
You're beating the match.
Lots of time left.
Obviously, they haven't started quite yet, but this is a fun group of players. I'm almost certain we will see the knit game. You can see those beautiful knit buttons sitting over by Mo in the 1 seat. That is certainly going to be turned on soon.
Yeah, over-under is, the line would be set at about 3.5 hands to win Tisch money mentions the knit game.
I think I'll take the under on that one. If he doesn't mention it next hand, I'm going to be shocked.
2 in a row?
Looking at the pre-flop action here, we've already got a 3-bet from Hayden with the Jack-10 suited. ATM, wow, he's just going to take it down. Very nice. Aggressive play from Hayden, paying off.
Yeah, Hayden, really good player, does some poker coaching on the side as well. I think he would say to his students, if you're going to play a hand like that out of position, you better 3-bet and try to isolate it.
Absolutely. And now Hayden has definitely been rewarded with the first few hands of the stream. Let's see if he can continue this hot start. Obviously, the night is very young. Many things will change and develop. We already talked about over-unders for the knit game. How do you feel about the over-under for how long it will take for someone to match the stack and fully add on? I'm saying over-under 7 hands, 7.5.
There you go. Yeah, well, nobody has anything over 2K yet. Hayden was the only short stack, and he's won the first 2 hands.
Wow.
Here's a chance. Chookiat with 10s. Trolp with queen 10 suited in position, facing the 3-bet.
I'm going to make the call from the cutoff. Pretty standard play so far here. Going to a flop, and Trolp really does not want to catch a 10 now.
He doesn't run a game anymore, but yeah.
But he does catch the queen. And it's a relatively commanding lead for Trolp at this point. Almost locked up the hand. Now it's just a matter of how it's played.
Cool. Yeah, let's exchange contacts for sure.
7-4 gets there.
Well, you got to put him on 7-4. Chookiat leads with the 7-4 blockers, pocket 10s. Don't imagine Trolp will be doing anything other than calling on this street. Not much of a need to raise the queen 10 suited here. Does indeed make the call. Heads up to a river. See if this changes anything. Trolp with the best of it post-flop does still maintain the lead. Will he bet for value here? I'm interested.
Queen. Good. It's pretty wet river card.
Jack of hearts, you got a 10, so remove some of the straights out there, but I like the check back. Just making sure you don't value own yourself against 2 pair or sneakily played straights or anything of that sort, so nice hand.
Queen 10 of spades.
Yeah, you threw out some chips there.
Top of my range there.
Accident.
He's used to last night. Happy.
So much.
3 raises to 50.
Oh, she didn't bring it to go. You're gonna have to stay there. She didn't bring it to go. Yeah, you might as well stay now.
Straddle is on. Tisch money opening to 50 under the gun with king queen off.
Do I pay now or after?
And Hayden looking down at queen jack suited, 3-betting to 150. Cut off. Oh, here we go. Action. In the straddle is Mo with the Rockets.
2 and 3 fold.
We do keep it to 2 straddles
Prevents you from doing
early on in the
something
stream. You're going to
That's
see that a
what-
lot
that is
here
what
with the 5-5, 10, 20. The last hour of
Comes in
the
the
stream,
same
they
way.
open it up to unlimited straddles, and sometimes it gets a little out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally a fan of the change, right? As a player on the stream too, definitely nice to know that the game won't get too off the rails at the very beginning, but that's obviously part of the fun sometimes too, right?
Sure, we all love the action, but what we
yeah, I
don't
think
want
I'm
is
gonna
3
play
players
lodge,
going broke in the first 90 minutes, and then
Exactly.
playing six-handed the rest of the
Someone
way
shows
every
up to the
5 hand.
1-3 game with 4,000, and that's the smallest stack size after an hour. It can
Right.
become quite difficult, you know.
Yeah.
Littleton, oh cool. Really
What brings you to H-Town?
Black Hawk.
Yeah.
all the action.
All that action.
Monarch, probably.
You saw the stream one time. Yeah, and started planning the
Folds
It's like,
around
I
to
need
the
to get
dealer
here.
button,
I
ATM
need to
opening
get
with
to
king
this.
queen. Chookiat with ace queen suited in the small blind will 3-bet to
He thought the games
155.
in Denver were good.
Folds
Are they
back
good
around
then?
ATM, he makes the call. We'll
I don't know.
I've heard
heads
they're
up
good.
here to the
Yeah, they're very good.
I've only
flop.
played in Denver once.
I played Baccarat out there.
I don't think that was a
6-3
good
deuce
game,
on the
but I
flop.
guess.
Diamonds are good for
Never tried
Chookiat.
that
ATM
time.
pretty much completely
every
bricks
once in a
it.
while.
Wouldn't be surprised if he just
You know, you read the
ditches it
board.
now, but we'll see.
Pepper
Could
all
get
those symbols.
speculative with the king queen. Be curious. Does make the fold though. And a nice pawn taken down by Chookiat there.
You guys want to play around a PLO?
Tisch always suggesting the action,
shark
playing
right
around a
here.
PLO.
I believe that was Hayden. He's a PLO specialist.
Oh, wow.
Also, he's an everything specialist, but plays a lot of ROE.
That's the best we can do here.
That's the best we could do. You guys play that?
Sometimes.
You can convince him.
4 folds.
Sounds like a challenge.
Well, I think we made the
I mean, he said
over
you
on
guys
the
would be
knit buttons,
scared.
but I think it's
And I was
because
like,
there's
I don't
still an
think
empty
they would be,
seat.
but, I mean, if he's
Yeah,
going,
I'm curious when they're going to start that up. Usually it's pretty quick on
went
these
really
streams
bad.
that they launch
Yeah.
into the knit game.
That seat will be filled by Ty Ha. He's running a little bit late.
Solid pull.
I know that he's here
Bumping it
already
up.
because we're in the past.
We're time traveling right here.
I
About a
got
40-minute
this.
delay today. Tisch money with the raise and take it. Pocket jacks getting it done.
The knit frog, he said.
Do we know if Ty's coming sooner or later? Can we play a knit game? Yeah.
There we
If
go,
he's
knit
close,
game.
I don't want to play a knit game.
He's probably stuck in traffic.
So we did say over under 7.5. Does it have to be Tisch? Because if it's not Tisch, then we've hit the under.
I said 3.5 for Tisch.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, a little bit late for Tisch's standards, but the
Right.
table
Do it
still
next
got
hand.
it in eventually.
We're good to hear a different player bringing it up. That was Karmikaze. He's also good for the action.
We saw that hand, one hand to go, and they're back
200.
again. Jack's opening up the action.
Folds around to the button. Mo with king queen. Pops it up to 110. Just a call
Lot of
from
free
Hayden.
bet tonight.
Out of position with the blackjacks. He does have the best of it until the flop.
Merch.
Mo takes the lead.
Yeah, somewhat. I don't sell it enough. I just
Fairly standard for this to go
Yeah.
check
All that.
call in this spot. You got to think pocket jacks
Go
still
look.
potentially good against any of these bluffs that Mo might have. Unfortunately, he doesn't have one
Vegas?
this
Does it
time.
mean Vegas or Viet?
Yeah.
Jack on the turn though.
It's actually
Yeah.
the simple.
Jacks are definitely most often the best hand in this spot. It does quickly go check check. Quick check from Mo. Potentially going into check call mode here. Hayden definitely going to value bet with this full house. You have to imagine.
Actually made this one. I am
Yeah, this is
Patagonia.
the tough
And the
thing
jacket.
for me is when you do have a monster and you're out of position, how do you get the value out of the other player?
Exactly, and
Well,
given the way
things
Mo's
like-
played this hand and under-repped it, curious what sizing Hayden goes with. Doesn't like to go relatively small, about 1/4 pot, $100 bet, very value-ish sizing, so small in fact that I think Mo might actually be considering a raise in this spot. No snap call.
Yeah, and it is a raise to 3 1/4, so well played by Hayden. This is exactly what he wants.
That small size inducing the raise from Mo, so definitely great news for him. Only one play left for Hayden, and it's just a question of if Mo thinks his hand is good enough.
There he is.
Just in time.
Ty, they were trying to give your seat away, and I said no.
Just in time for the knit.
And Hayden does jam it all in for 930.
Pretty interesting spot for Mo now in this situation. King Queen rates to be the best hand a lot of the time, but facing this specific action against Hayden, Mo has to really think about what hands beat him. And the list of hands that beat him is not very large here. Losing to Ace Queen, losing to flop sets like Pocket Fours, Pocket Threes less likely. Pocket Jacks would have had to come in on the turn as well. So fairly tough for Mo, I think, to find a fold depending on the price he's getting to call.
Knit game about to start right
Yeah,
now.
not a ton of combinations. Hayden did open under the gun, so that's a factor, obviously, but
You felt it.
Mo hasn't played with Hayden a ton
You came
either.
in at this time on purpose?
And Mo's probably thinking to himself that Hayden's definitely or potentially four-betting a hand like Pocket Queens pre-flop as well, so that removes another combination of value. But Mo, obviously a very strong, solid thinking player, so he's going to think through this decision for quite a bit.
get it back.
How did the game go last night?
Till like 6 o'clock. We all play 3 hands.
Who's the three?
Matt,
Oh yeah.
Matt
You.
and Matt and Colin.
Oh. Did you get it back?
How'd it go?
A little bit.
Okay.
Not
all.
anything.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's
the
good.
fact that he's thinking so long about this is pretty impressive to me. My chips would already be in there in Hayden's stack.
I think that's quite true for a lot of players live. It's definitely a difficult spot, especially given the price that Mo is getting. But I think Mo is sniffing out that you know, and wow, what a great fold by Mo, even given the price he was getting. It's really tough, but you have to make folds like that if you want to be a really solid player in the long run. And Mo thinking through his spot, just thinking, are there any logical bluffs here? And he came to the right conclusion. So well played pot by both players.
Yeah.
Straight from
Yeah,
Thailand.
great job by both players. Hayden gets
Taipei.
probably max value there. I think if he leads out for that 3/4 pot, he gets zero,
All his money, man.
possibly, or possibly gets the same amount. But
Potentially, yeah.
He said he spent
Obviously, a great bet sizing on the river by Hayden to induce the raise from Mo, and even better from Mo to sniff out that there wasn't a bluff in the spot.
At least now you can enjoy a normal
And now,
vacation.
Nit game is on. For those unfamiliar, those big red buttons you see, as Chris said, are the Nit buttons. In order to get rid of your button, you must show down a hand. You don't have to have the best hand, but you do have to show down your winner so you can bluff and show. The last player with a Nit button will have to pay a penalty. In this case, it's going to be $200. And that goes into the middle as a splash pot, so the person who loses does have a chance to win it back. So Nit game on. This will be the first hand of that. Ty opening this one with Ace Jack, and Vegas Viet getting in there on the button with a suited queen and flops himself a flush draw.
Ty's going to check, and Vegas is going to bet out for the flush draw, and a quick call from Ty coming out here onto the turn.
Yeah, Ty with the ace of spades.
Interesting card. 5 of spades comes out now. Ty with the ace high flush draw, 1 card flush draw, but Viet has already made it with his flush.
And both of these players played last night in a really wild 5, 10, 20, 40 game. So
yeah, I got the chance to view that stream. These players are a lot of fun. Obviously have a lot of courage, are willing to put on a lot of plays. So very interested to see how the rest of this hand develops.
Viet going for 145.
200.
Basically
Spot in the middle.
a little less than pot here. Pretty large sizing.
Playing absurdity yesterday.
Yeah, we're playing 4.
Sorry the game is so boring.
Viet obviously,
It's really
or
relaxing.
Ty obviously not going anywhere with the ace of spades.
What do you want to hear? He's like, man, playing with you guys is like meditating.
A good run out for Vegas Viet.
Brick on the river, Ty going to check, and
Shower.
I don't think Vegas Viet is going to make much more value than this. We'll see if Ty potentially wants to look him up with just ace high in this spot, with the Nit game on especially.
Oh, you're not adding
Just kidding, bro. Just kidding.
Well, nothing on that.
okay.
The ones.
Taking a look at the bet, and Viet goes large, bet of $430 into the pot, nearly a pot-sized bet.
I'm guessing this is going to be an easy fold for Ty. He just has a bluff catcher now.
And Ty immediately jams it
Jams it all
in,
in.
representing the ace-high flush.
Shows what I know.
Is this the right player to bluff is now the question.
Nope.
And Viet does make the call, wins a large pot, already almost a $4,000 pot on hand number 8.
And
So
now we get to see who matches the stack.
my guesses are Tisch
Can't
is going to
help
be quick to
yourself,
match
huh?
the stack. I imagine
Didn't do that
Mo and
enough
potentially
yesterday, or
Karma
what?
may also do the same.
My guess is
I was just
I'm going to say that nobody matches the stack until the Nit game is over.
Okay, interesting. I'm sure some people are going to prefer to keep the shorter stack. That's always a fun strategy dynamic on the Nit game, is do you want to keep your stack shorter so it's easier to put all your chips in the middle, or do you want to cover someone else so you can catch them making a play to try and win their Nit button?
The exception being Ty, who just got stacked. I
Of
think,
course.
you know.
Ty will certainly be matching the stack.
Yeah,
That's true.
I misread both of you.
Joe just making sure that everything is correct. The pot here, one of our best dealers.
Never get
One of the best in the world, I would say. Joe P. Pretty fast.
Yeah, and, all the dealers at Champions Club are obviously fantastic. I've had the chance to play here for quite some time now, and an extremely professionally run room, incredible dealers, incredible staff. Always a wonderful time to play here, whether you're on stream or just playing the games on the floor. It's one of the best rooms in the entire city by a pretty wide margin. Love playing here.
Well, we like to hear that, especially from a player. It's great.
Absolutely.
We get to have Viet smiling, which is priceless.
Chris, you're a natural. Have you ever done any commentary for anything before like this?
I don't think so, not recently. I think the best thing I have background-wise relative to this would be I've played poker for a couple of years now, so been around the game quite a bit. And of course, I spent a couple of years in high school and college doing theater, not professionally. Not quite that good, but...
No, but you're comfortable and you know how to project your voice and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
so
comfortable, ability to project, ability to read the signs and cues, obviously very helpful. And Tisch gonna get rid of his nip button with the ace-jack offsuit, no resistance from the rest of the table.
You play ace-jack better than me. You play ace-jack better than me.
Just 3-bet and win. I learned something.
Always nice to get rid of that knit button early. I think the funnest parts of the knit game are the first couple of hands, and then when it gets down to 2 to 3 knit buttons left in the game.
Gotta say, the knit game is one of the most fun generators of action in most games of Hold'em. It's, in my experience, of course, like you said, it's fun at the beginning because people are pretty quick to try and release their knit button on the first few hands, and then at the very end, there can be... good players will apply quite a lot of pressure with the knit button on, so it's interesting to see how those change people's strategies.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot on our stream, people losing thousands trying to save hundreds. But it's more about, I think, the you don't want to be the knit.
Yeah, right.
7-4 gets there.
And so does Vegas's 69, Big Lick, taking the lead against Trolp's King-Queen suited. Gonna go check on the flop, ace of spades on the turn. It's a good card for Trolp if he wants to represent it, but I do not imagine he's getting Vegas Viet off of a 6 at this juncture of the hand.
Really genius, actually.
And then you see the stacks getting deeper.
He does take a stab with the King-Queen now. Buck 05, the price of freedom.
Stacks are deeper, but they aren't.
But they're not. Right. The numbers are bigger.
Viet will get in there, though. A non-believer. And scary card on the river for both players. 4-liner on board now.
A better card, in theory, for Vegas Viet, you'd have to imagine, but we will see if Trolp is willing to fire a barrel on the river.
No, I know that's what you think. That's why I was disappointing you with
But kind of like I was talking about, Viet's going to lead out on this river. 4 of hearts, better card for him as the defender pre-flop compared to Trolp with the 3-betting range on the button. I don't think there's very much Trolp can do here unless he'd like to make a very spectacular play.
I think King High is good.
Yeah, but those like if you don't like
high?
that's
Oh yeah, it's good.
But then you have to like you have to.
Viet already got rid of his knit button, so he doesn't have to show here.
Cold call or
Check later.
But you need hands.
Interesting spot. Viet sort of turning his hand into a bluff on that river. Obviously does have some showdown value with the 6, but thinking that may not potentially be enough to win the pot.
And off to a hot start is Viet. About 25 minutes into the stream, he's already up $2,000, having stacked tie. Hayden up $675, and Tisch in the green as well. Tie down at the bottom, looking to turn things around. Plenty of time to do that. I believe we're looking at about a 4-hour stream tonight.
Yeah, still plenty of time to make action happen for all of these players involved.
Chookiat early position with ace wheel suited, raising it up to $30. Viet and Trolp calling. And ATM will get in there from the straddle as well. 4 ways we go to the flop. Ace 5 actually in the lead right now, but out of position. But what a great flop.
Ace 5 still in the lead as we go to the flop. Yeah. Ace, Jack 5, 2 clubs. Not very many clubs in the hand, only the 6 of clubs present on the board.
I mean, based on how long it took him, he would have folded a 5.
Viet with an ace as well, and backdoor spades is going to call.
He almost didn't want to call that.
C-bet of 45 from Chookiat.
Wouldn't be surprised if Trolp calls as well, and he does. Imagine ATM's going to be out of there quite quickly, so we're still 3 ways headed to the turn.
But almost any scary guy for him on the river, he probably
Gut shot now for Vegas Viet.
This is why I don't bluff.
Aces up, still good for Chookiat, but he's going to check it here with front door clubs getting there.
Can't do. I never bluff. I never have.
What about the stress of getting outdrawn, man?
Oh yeah, that's true. Just wait till the river and then get it. Check down till the river and never bluff. That's the optimal strategy.
Might have been an opportunity for Trolp there. He checks, but he's instantly rewarded, catching a jack.
Makes the best of it on the river by a pretty wide margin. And actually a very poor card for Chookiat. Counterfeits his ace-5. Trolp with the only jack in the hand. Probably going to bet, but we'll see if either Chookiat or Viet are willing to call with an ace.
Especially if
both
keeps getting all of
with kicker problems now.
Right.
Chookiat obviously hating the river, and to be honest, didn't like the turn either. 4 clubs, front or flush draw gets there, some unlikely straights get there. Is just going to let it go.
Yeah, they know they're going to get to see it. Trolp is going to show.
It was all the way to bottom pair.
King Jack good.
Trolp does
Playing
show
good
for the
today,
nit game.
folks. He's playing good.
Nit button relinquished.
It's a battle of nets.
I fully king high though. It's good.
You gotta get a chat vote on who the biggest mat winner is gonna be.
But yeah, but the chat needs to know about Viet.
Viet is considered mat today.
His American name.
It's your American name.
Fun fact, do you know what Matt means?
What?
It means table.
The meaning of Matt means gift of God.
Gift of God?
Gift of God. Wow. Strong.
Very funny, folding the 7-4 with the nit game on.
Sturdy.
Give him back his nit button.
7-4 penalty in effect.
Not gift of God. Can't beat that.
Gift.
Karmikaze raising it with one of my favorite hands, King 7 offsuit. Check the stream on Monday to see how I played that hand.
Yeah, you won a pretty big pot with that hand, didn't you?
No, that was the hand that I triple barrel blasted into Karmikaze actually.
Oh,
so maybe he remembers good things with those 2 cards.
There you go.
He's going to defend though against the 3-bet from Ty with the Queen of clubs, small blind versus the button here. Karmikaze with the best hand pre-flop, but we'll see if it can stay that way post-flop.
Typical European regular.
Go back to Germany.
Tyson German?
Top pair, not a bad flop for him.
Yep, top pair, flops a 7. Ty flopping backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw as well. Interesting to see how he will play this spot.
Leads out for about half pot.
Wagers 125. Definitely a healthy sizing, but a sizing that Karmikaze will not be folding to.
Whoa.
One of the interesting questions about a spot like this as a player and what Karma's thinking about right now, you'd have to imagine is, can I find a raise on this board? Does my 7 need protection? Is what I imagine we're thinking about here.
Contaminated water brand.
Really?
And it appears he is going to do that. 375.
So it is liquid death.
Karmikaze making a raise,
for the past 5
knowing
days,
that his
and he
hand
has one every
is
single
probably
day.
best at the moment, but may need some protection against overcards that Ty would be 3-betting with, like all of your suited Broadway cards that are well within Ty's range as a player.
But Topo Chico in a plastic or
Paying like $3 for a can of water.
Good question. in a glass. Usually
Carbonated
a
water.
lot of
Oh, they got
glass
like
bottles.
I think it's just the water. It's not a part of the.
some other stuff. Well, a lot of them are just plain water, I believe. Sparkling water.
Ty looks like he is going to make the call. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Still heads up to the turn. Deuce of Hearts changes absolutely nothing. Kills all of Ty's backdoor draws, very importantly. So this hand looking like it may end soon if Karma is able to find another barrel here.
And I would imagine with top pair, he will bet something.
Again, same question as the previous street now. Karmikaze wondering if he needs to bet and he doesn't. He elects to check, making sure he doesn't, again, get value owned by the portions of Ty's range that include overpairs or hands that are stronger than Karmikaze's. Still with the best of it on the river. We'll see if Ty wants to turn his hand into a bluff now.
7-4 gets there. Tisch money, you knit.
Tisch would be winning a quite big pot at the moment if he just played the typical range pre-flop.
There he is.
Both of these players extremely solid. Ty, very capable player. Obviously a tournament crusher, but he's no joke in the cash games either. Very difficult to play against.
We are.
Yeah,
And he's about to prove it right now with those chips I think he's counting out. We'll see.
1200.
7 bets, 1200.
overbetting the pot makes it 1,200 into about 1,000.
Yeah.
I'm sure Karmikaze is going to give this some serious thought, but that card really shouldn't have changed much, especially with Ty 3-betting pre.
Another difficult spot for Karmikaze now. Found himself in quite a few of these over the last few days on the stream. Karmikaze, knowing for a fact that Ty could be playing strong overpairs this way, hands that he thinks is good, like pocket aces, kings, queens. It's a scary board for those hands, though, so I'm wondering if Karma is going to suss out, would Ty overbet the pot here with just an overpair, like, for example, 9s or 10s or something of that sort. But he does make the fold. Great play from Ty. Gonna take the pot down.
And with that 8 in his hand was pretty key. Obviously, he could be representing 8-9 there.
Great.
And that's true. Capable players like Ty will be 3-betting hands like the 8-9 suited with some frequency. So Karmikaze obviously having to account for the fact that Ty doesn't necessarily just have to have overpairs. He can also have some sets, some combinations of
Honestly,
2-pair that he played aggressively
he played
pre-flop.
winning
So
better.
well played hand to Ty, taking that one down.
It's easy when you just get there.
Yeah.
Double straddle on 5-5, 10, 20.
3 folds, 4 folds, 5 folds, 6 folds,
Folds around to the button.
7 raises.
Ty will raise it up to 60 with ace-8.
One fold. 2 calls 60. Heads up.
Viet defending the straddle. We go heads up to the flop. Viet with the 7-4 and taking the lead.
The first part of 7-4 gets there. Let's see if the second part of 7-4 gets there on the turn.
Viet checking bottom pair. Ty c-betting for 75. Just a call from Viet.
Two checks.
Gut shot for each player now.
Now, Viet really not wanting 7-4 to get there, because if he does, Ty will have the best of it with his 10 high straight.
7-4 can get there in many ways.
Another 4 would be there too.
Another 4 and 8. Or just a complete brick.
7 bets, 275.
Ty continuing. Don't give up yet. You got the nuts.
Don't relinquish the strongest hand in poker, pre and post flop. And a lot of players would make the fold pretty quickly in this spot, not even really think about it. I have bottom pair, time to fold, but not a player like Vegas Viet is going to stick around with the 7-4, make the call with the bottom pair.
Call 275.
Let's see if 7-4 gets there again, and it does. The 7-4 re-gets there, 4 on the river. No chance for a fold from Viet now.
Unfortunately for him, Ty doesn't actually have anything and may shut down. He does have some showdown with ace high here.
Good breaks. Good breaks. Good breaks.
7-4 gets there.
Luck box my ass. You got Jack Queen. That's what you had. What was that?
Nice.
Why you even call? Why you even show an 8? What's that do?
It's nice.
That 4 didn't come up still.
A little bit of fun
I know I
banter
made him
from
in
these
that
players.
game,
They obviously all know each other very well.
Rich,
It
get
was,
richer.
or it was gonna work on the river.
Oh man, it would have worked. We bet like 2,000. Would have
Good
worked.
news for Ty. He did not decide
Yeah.
to bluff Viet
That's
there.
the size
Right.
next time.
We've
That is
seen
the
a very
size.
quick deployment of Viet's chips into the middle in that situation.
3 folds.
Man, Ty, that was a good card for you to bet. I wonder why you didn't bet.
5 folds.
I was like 100% Ty's betting. 100% with that 4 come up.
I have a better play than you. Bet.
Ty
No
folding the
shot, you
7-4
got
suited
there.
after that one. Very nitty.
Tragedy
don't
after
believe
tragedy.
it.
We do see a 3-bet from ATM though, makes it 150 over Karmikaze's open of $30.
1 calls 150.
And Mo defending the big blind with ace-8
150.
of clubs.
But real hand alert, we've got ace-queen offsuit from Vegas Viet.
Espresso?
Martini, just espresso shot.
Just espresso shot.
A Michelob, please.
It's trying to get you fucked up.
Yeah. It's gonna be my 6th like espresso shot of the day.
Espresso martini.
But it sounds nice.
Sorry, kiddo. Not
6
reopening.
calls 150.
I didn't even know that they made them here, to be honest. I wonder if they're good.
4 players.
4 players
They're
as
good
Viet
here.
decides
You had
to
him
just
here?
call with the ace-queen.
Depends on who you say.
Flops top
It is
top.
hard.
150.
But Mo with nut flush draw.
Ace-high flush draw for Mo. Top for Vegas Viet.
Check around.
Checks all the way around.
Turn 3 of spades. I wonder if Mo is going to lead out on this card. Does not elect to. You got to imagine at this point, Viet must think his hand is good. Going to look for some value on this board. No one really showing any interest on the flop. Flop very dynamic, wet board. Lots of draws available.
2 bets.
And Viet does, in fact, bet. Looks like about 2/3 pot.
6 to 8 folds.
We should see this pot heads up to the river. Don't imagine Mo's going to be relinquishing the nut flush draw for this price. Does have a relatively short stack, though, compared to the size of the pot. If he makes this call, he's going to have less than a pot-sized bet behind.
One calls 375 like that.
But he will call. Oh, and he's rewarded.
Does get there, but the great news for Mo, it went check, just like that. Action-killing car for Vegas Viet. King of clubs, not only does the flush get there, but overcards get there as well, so do multiple straights. So probably the best river that Viet could have asked for that would have improved Mo's hand. Saving himself some money there.
Knew it would come.
Definitely. And Mo now safe in the knit game as well, down to 4 players with knit buttons. $10 straddle on this time.
Every stream, Tisch talks about if we're going to be setting the record for the most number of knit games played. I don't think we're going to make the record on this stream either, but one day I'm looking to see a new record.
40.
Yeah, I believe we had one stream where we got 7 in one stream, which is pretty good in 5 hours.
Yeah, I was going to say if we can get to a point where there is 10, that's my goal, because that would mean a knit game every half hour.
That'd be pretty strong.
That'd be really strong. Obviously going to be a really heavy action game. Players who are not afraid to battle.
ATM opening this one with a suited king from the hijack. Chookiat with 7s in the cutoff, 3 bets to 110. Now Karmikaze with ace-5 suited had limped in,
Raise to 500.
and now he's going to put the squeeze on.
And this is a play Karmikaze has done a couple of times now at this point. Obviously representing a very strong range and does have removal to a lot of really strong hands with the ace of clubs. It's a matter of if Chookiat is going to want to call. Knowing how much Karmikaze has behind, this seems like it may potentially be either an all-in or a fold type of situation.
Yeah, and he does elect for the all-in, as you said. Karmikaze with an awkward stack size, given that $500 raise.
Immediately making the fold is Karmikaze, knowing he's not ahead of anything that Chookiat's going to be jamming all in with on this spot.
What the fuck is right?
No, you do know that, Tisch.
Right.
You know that that's what you're supposed to do.
Right.
And he was a big flip
Here's
with
the
sevens.
Karmikaze
That's what I
has
told him
added on.
earlier.
He
It's like,
definitely
if
has
you
more
have
than
sevens
780 in that
versus
stack.
Korean, you're gonna get a fold every time. Something about that hand, man.
5 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds.
You forgot to mention the part that I got stacked to that hand.
Pulls around to the hijack. ATM with suited connector. 9-10 of hearts.
Oh, wait. It's okay. We don't need to talk about that.
1 raise to 1.
And Mo on the button with King 9 suited. Will 3-bet to 110.
Very, very GTO approved 3-bet. This King 9 of clubs is. Obviously, you can choose to just call pre-flop, but I like the aggression from Mo.
And it will remain the best hand. Jack 4-4 on the flop.
Pretty dry board. Obviously, flush draw is available, but Mo probably going to be continuation betting with the majority of his range from the button here, and it's going to get a quick fold out of ATM.
Comes around too.
No.
Is it 3 of us?
3 players left in the knit game. Hayden, Karmikaze, and ATM with buttons. Everyone else safe. And Hayden putting the $10 straddle on.
Stay hydrated.
And I think we can see some purple chips hiding underneath that small tower from
Where you're from,
Karmikaze, so
they
definitely
drink
agree. And there's the limp from
no.
Karmikaze again with this
Not really.
this limp raise strategy coming in, limping to 10 with the queens.
Yeah, he definitely has 1780, not 780 in his stack,
Another option.
which will make a difference
is
when
like
it
the
comes
state
around
beverage
because
of
it's
North
not an
Dakota.
automatic
Is it?
jam
As
as it would be with
Goes with everything
700.
I think about North Dakota.
Bush.
First time no dice, second try for the limp
Terrible
raise
beer,
strategy
but
from
it's iconic.
Karmikaze.
We just went right to the Old English.
There he is, showing off those beautiful purple chips that we have here at Champions Club.
Yes.
And same customer that he tried to squeeze last time. Let's see if Chookiat does the same thing this time.
Always tricking the ball.
This time the 4-bet 425.
Ace-Jack suited, definitely a less comfortable hand to play in these spots than sevens. Not going to be flipping nearly as often against this play. Either way ahead or way behind, and he does make the fold.
Real hand, real hand.
Yeah. Again, crack three.
Wasn't gonna work.
You didn't want to see that one.
That flop is not going to work.
Not desirable.
Live 10 from C6, live 20 from C7.
Double straddle is on. 5, 5, 10, 20.
There's older tricks.
Leave four.
And now we are heads
Get
up in the
old
knit
school,
game.
dude.
Hayden and ATM.
The old limp raise.
Both in early position. Hayden in the small blind. ATM under the gun.
ATM does unfortunately have to relinquish the 5-3 offsuit in the knit game. Pretty hard to win a hand with that one.
And now he just has to hope that Hayden doesn't have anything. And Hayden also pretty weak hand. 8 tray gets out of the way. Vegas Viet opened this one to 55 with ace-10 of hearts in the cutoff. Karmikaze going for the 3-bet with 9-10 in the straddle. 205, the new number.
I feel like every hand is spent.
Once again, a very, very solid play from these aggressive players. 3-betting with hands like the King-9 suited, 10-9 suited. Hands play pretty well post-flop. You'll have a decent understanding of where you're at in the hand.
Very aggressive.
Looks like Ty's going to go set mining with the 4s.
Once we get the drinks flowing.
I get a tough seat.
You do. You're sandwiched. Happy birthday.
Got on my hands pre-nickname.
Yeah.
Right.
Tough spot for ace-10 now with a 3-bet and then a cold call from Ty.
At this point, he would be playing the hand for the sole purpose of trying to chase down that ace-high flush draw. Is going to be in position is the best thing about this spot for Viet. So even though he may not have the best hand pre-flop, he does have position, which may incentivize him towards a call.
Sounds
Oh, he's going big. 1,025. 4-bet.
Disregard everything that we said. Viet says enough of this business and is going to 4-bet the ace-10 suited and gets 2 quick folds. Nice play from Viet.
Jack. Got him. Got one through.
Nicely played.
Live 20 from CD.
Ty messed it up. I was just going flat, but when Ty called, like, man.
Dan, you asked me earlier in the stream if I'd ever done any commentary work before. I actually thought about it a little harder. I think in early college I did commentary for a Super Smash Brothers tournament. That was definitely not my best work. So I think we're doing a better job now than we were doing before.
Well, it's good practice, obviously, for your true calling here.
Absolutely. You got some big hands here. We've already seen the action opened up to $50 from Chookiat, a 3-bet from Tisch, and now I imagine a 4-bet coming in from Karmikaze, the ace-king offsuit.
4 1/4. Both of the nits are out here, so the nit game will continue. And this hand is over already.
Nice pickup of chips from Karma here.
Get a royal. Get a royal, get paid.
Obviously, we didn't get to do the intros for all the players, but Karmikaze, very wonderful player to have on the stream. Not afraid to give action. Also, great guy off the felt. Always happy to have him down here, and he's again never afraid to hop in the stream streets and on the floor games as well. So very nice to have him up here.
Super nice guy, super great player, and yeah, like you said, he'll play any limit. He'll play the 1-3 stream. He'll play the 10-25 stream. He doesn't care. He just loves to play.
Yeah, he's in it for the love of the game, and that's honestly the best thing you can do in the pursuit of poker.
I misinterpreted your body language.
5, 6, 7 fold.
Hayden unable to defend this hand for the nit button, but ATM will be willing to defend the Jack-9 offsuit.
8 checks.
I'm adding 1,000 just.
Viet hitting top pair here.
2 bets 40.
And his ATM with the nit button on, gotta think he's gonna peel at least one card here. Definitely does.
Could have checked raise there in the straddle with that particular board texture, but he does make the call.
Yeah, and it's an interesting question too, because against a player like Vegas Viet, running a check raise on that type of board, I imagine Viet's not going to be folding very many of his hands either. 10 of spades doesn't change a terrible lot, and ATM no longer able to defend, and will have to fold this one as well.
Good D.
Got it.
Nit game continues.
Conflicted. I didn't know which match.
If we're going to have a 4-hour stream today, then I'm going to say we're going to get
kind of
4
conflicted
or
too.
maybe 5 nit games at a maximum. This one's taking a little while, but I imagine if they continue to do more, they will increase the pace.
2,000.
Yes. I should be in for 4.
He should be in for 4K total.
Yeah, most of these players have played together before, but there's always still a feeling out period. Your position has changed since last time you played with these guys. Who's stuck this week? You know, that kind of thing. So
out of nowhere.
A little bit of feeling out. First nit game
Don't
taking
do
a
that.
minute, but
No 4-bet.
Fastest played hand of the night. Quick fold from everyone. Tisch money taking down the pot.
That's okay. I'll take it.
I think it's because he just reloaded for
Very
$4. Everybody was a little afraid of that.
That's huge.
Everybody
doesn't want to get stacked by the white chips, especially in the 5-10.
Jack cracked.
Feel something.
I feel like every hand I've played, I've had ace jack today.
Damn. You're playing super nitty then.
Well, he does not have ace jack.
I'm
He has
actually just playing
ace
ace
this
jack.
hand. Significant
9 ace
upgrade
jack
for
plus
Tisch money.
ace jack.
And double straddle on, so he's able to
You're like
open to 50. Standard open on the 5-5, 10, 20. And getting action, but he would probably rather have somebody raise than a bunch of people limping in.
Viet going to defend the 9-5 offsuit from his straddle. You're going 4 ways to a flop with aces well in the lead.
And again, ATM defending with Jack-9, trying to end this nit game, and does hit a piece this time.
This time, ATM will be able to defend against a flop bet, potentially, but there is none. Checks to the turn, 5 of spades.
Tie now open-ended.
And Vegas Viet now improving to 2 pair on the turn.
Tisch money in bad shape now with the aces, and this time he's going to take a stab, 75 into 215.
This is certainly not going to get the job done. The question is, how does Ty now approach this spot? I could potentially even look for a raise on this type of board, knowing that it checked through on the flop, thinking that Tisch may be continuing to bet with a lot of his hands, such as ace, king, king, queen, etc.
He does go for a raise, and now Vegas Viet, who has 2 pair, could also decide to click back. With Ty in position, though, he may just call here. And I think Tisch is going to get away from these aces.
Yeah, especially if Viet puts in another raise in this spot. It would have to be very, very serious warning signs for Tisch's aces. Only 1 pair on this board. Straights are already possible. No flush draws available, which is good. But given that action, another raise from Viet looks like he's going to make it
650.
Yeah, 675.
Yeah.
So pretty big click from Viet here, and now Tisch, as unfortunate as it is, his check on the flop is not going to do him any favors, but he will maybe potentially lose less money post. He jams it all in Tisch money.
Surprising move here from Tisch.
Huge jam.
It's going to work.
Wow, and a fold from Viet. That is honestly the action there not playing out how I would expect, but Viet giving Tisch a lot of respect for that board. Must think that Tisch already has a fully made hand, such as a set of kings potentially. What Viet might be thinking about.
Yeah, that's about the only thing that makes sense. The way it was played, there's highly unlikely Tisch has the 7-8 straight there.
Yeah,
but well played. I'm really surprised by how that played out.
Yeah,
well played by Tisch money.
Taking a look at the stats here, VPIP and then cumulative winnings. Viet still clearly winning on the day.
And now Tisch money up almost 1,000 after that hand. Hayden, Mo, Chookiat, and Trolp all also in the green. Only 3 players in the red right now, but tied down quite a bit. Still looking to change the tides. Action folding around to the button after Trolp opens in early position with ace-queen suited. ATM will call ace-8 on the button. And Mo in the big blind with 5-6 of diamonds also getting in there. Viet defending the straddle. 4 ways we go to the flop.
A good flop for Trolp's hand. Flopping top pair, top kicker, backdoor flush draw. Gotta feel good about that.
Table lavs all turned off after the... $10 straddle on this time. Copy. I'm sure it's going to come back soon then. Yeah, I think the mics have been turned off on after they ran graphics. They should be coming back up soon, hopefully. Meanwhile, we will continue to commentate. Limping all the way around here.
Limping all the way around to the best hand by a wide margin. Vegas Viet absolutely going to squeeze with this ace-king offsuit here. Looks like 150 to me, 175 actually. There it is. Looks like we've got the table audio back.
We're gonna end up lining today, Tisch?
End up what?
Winding it up.
Winding it up.
Get a little wine.
Folds around to Mo, and he's going to defend from the small blind. With
Viet doing the little pre-fold action, but not going to work on Mo. And look at this, Mo flopping the best of it. Flops the joint with the Queen 9 against Vegas Viet's top. Potential big pot brewing here.
Whatever it was last night.
And check.
At least we got guaranteed that.
Check. The 8 of spades flush immediately gets there. No spades in hand, but I don't think this is going to go check. Not on this street. Not if Mo has anything to say about it.
We're low in cap.
Goes for about third pot.
Yeah, but they was like, well, is there a fresh bottle?
Is going to size down compared to what he may have got on the flop. Definitely looking for a check raise on the flop for sure. Didn't get it.
The cheap wine. We're like, all right,
River King of Clubs. Not a good card for Vegas Viet. Gonna have trips now.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why. Red wine? You want to have a glass of wine with that guy?
Sure.
And now, in Mo's shoes, Vegas Viet's not betting on this flop. That's a pretty wet board, so he might be discounting hands like full houses, like pocket jacks, pocket tens, king jack, obviously pocket kings, very unlikely now. Mo with this clear $400 value bet. And now, what does Viet do with the trips? Just going to make the call. And Mo going to take down a very big pot with his flop straight.
I like to just call there. That board's just way too wet to raise, even with trip kings.
You're not going to be getting value from any worse hands than your own. Obviously, other full houses are going to be making the call. Ace high flushes, queen high flushes, maybe making the call.
Or we can just get the wine.
So, great just call from Viet. Gotta say, he lost the minimum given the flop and turn action.
How are we going to pay it, right?
Yeah, Viet and Mo have been involved in a couple of hands where pot control was the main factor, it seems like.
And Viet obviously very intelligent in spots like that to avoid bloating up the pots unnecessarily. Very, very savvy player.
Thanks, buddy.
Another one of those tournament super crushers in line with Ty, Vegas Viet is.
2 days.
And now, would you look at this with the nit game on the line? Hayden is going to limp the ace king offsuit. Karma's going to raise it now.
And ATM getting in there. The other nit button holder with 10-7. Limp raise incoming.
I was having lunch with him, and Obama came to ask him for it.
And with 7 players in there, what kind of sizing is Hayden going to go with here? Oh, he's just going to jam.
With the amount of money he has behind, I'm not shocked that he makes the jam, saying that I want to take down the nit button right here, right now. Hoping to get action from someone who potentially just flatting with a pocket pair of some kind, but going to win the nit game.
Yeah.
4 high, good.
Nice pickup. He wins 200, gets safe in the nit game.
He's actually pretty good with that.
Doesn't even have to see a flop.
Only ace king.
Nice man.
The limp raise play working to perfection here. Already worked a couple of times on this stream.
Nice hand.
Olivia, we have a question for you. What?
Oh, you got out of that too.
We can figure out how to pay for
There you go.
that.
Yeah, hell yeah.
What up?
And ATM will be responsible for the $200 splash pot coming right up.
Recently had more delegations from the players, originally deciding to do 1 or 2 splash pots, but I think a lot of players are starting to fall on team 1 splash pot. Creates a bigger pot, potentially drives more action than the 2 smaller splash pots. Obviously, here at Champions, we want to make sure the players have the choice. It is their money that they're putting into the pot after all, but I believe 1 splash pot is in order.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
you have more of a shot of winning your own money back also if it's only 1.
Exactly.
Especially,
just need 1 big hand.
Yeah.
Or 1 well-played hand, actually.
I think position plays a role in that too. If you're in the blinds, maybe you go for 2. But if you have any kind of position on it, 1 splash pot seems to be the better option, like game theory wise.
Oh, 5 stream, you know.
Wait, are you trying to make money today?
Few limpers. Vegas Viet opening to 170 on the button with Queen Jack suited.
I already double you up. You're good now.
As far as the hands that are involved in this pot, looks like we're going to get some defense from ATM. Not just defense, we're going to get all of the chips.
What do you guys want to do? I'm okay with this.
I'm down. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
But
pretty
it's
short
not
stack.
it's
I
all
don't hate
zero
it.
EV
Might just take
anyway.
it down right here. If not, he's probably got live cards.
Exactly. Obviously, you'd love to have suited 10-9 in this position, but same difference, really. At the end of the day,
go. 2
live cards, and
got a
it
pair?
looks like Viet is not shying away from the
We're live.
action. Does make the call with the Queen Jack of Clubs, and
No.
we've got an unorthodox flip on our hands here.
And I believe Viet is always a run at once guy.
Well, then that's not a good flop.
No,
Open.
open ender for ATM. Vegas Viet.
Does have removal with the Queen, but now looking for Ace of Clubs on the turn. Doesn't change anything. ATM looking to catch one of a couple of straight outs. Otherwise, Viet is going to scoop the pot.
Yeah.
He
Got
does.
9. Jack's good.
And Vegas Viet
I-
taking ATM to the
Sorry about
felt and
That's your favorite hand?
moving back up to the top of the leaderboard if he wasn't
Sorry about
still there.
All
The
that
rich
free.
continue to get
how much is
richer for Vegas Viet.
Give him that. Yeah.
Like 1 o'clock in the morning.
You got 200 right hand to splash.
Yeah.
You already got it.
All right. Add me
Question.
3,000.
Do you guys want to play in a game?
ATM looking to
On the back, baby.
keep his small chips and paying Vegas Viet with one of those oversized yellow
that shit
birds that
back.
we have here.
When we first
think I've ever played with
inventoried the
the silver, man.
chips,
I'm
I didn't know
getting
how I
tired.
felt about the octagons, but I've grown to love them. I think that's a really cool chip.
They're extremely fun to play with, not just because, of course, they're a large denomination chip, but they're very well kept. The oversized feel, it feels nice to put in a bet with those octagonal chips. I was always weird about that too. I think the first time I played with octagon chips was here at Champions Club, but it was not in the cash games. It was in the tournament streets.
Right.
The larger green chips for worth 25,000, I believe, are the octagons, as well as the larger 100K chips as well.
Yeah.
6 call 15.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
3 players.
Very unique. 3 players go into this one here. ATM opening with Ace 10, waiting for graphics to catch up, but the blinds, or the straddles rather, defending here as we go 3 ways.
And it looks like the action is a little bit behind on the card reader, but
Oh,
already picked up on this hand.
Seat 8 raised to 60. 6 calls, 7 calls, 16. Correct. Spots out already.
Looks like everything has caught back up now.
7 check.
Seeing a jack-high flop with a couple of clubs out there. A relative miss for everyone. Ties pocket deuces, still the best hand.
Checks to the original razor. ATM c-betting for 85.
Obviously, as tie, you're not going to love a lot of boards with the ducks. Not going to call with 2 calls in this spot, and we're heads up to the turn.
And check raise from Karmikaze with the king high. Interesting strategy.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Just not believing ATM hit a piece of this flop.
ATM not going to believe either and is going to make the call. I was going to say a hand like King Queen of Clubs is definitely an interesting and honestly I think a good check raise candidate on a board like this. You've got backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws, overcards, so potentially a lot of equity that you want to realize early in this pot. But on the 4 of spades for the turn, not a particularly great card for Karmikaze. Harder to represent made hands like sets now, so he is going to go check on this board. And now the onus is on ATM to see if he wants to turn his hand into a bluff or if he wants to check it back with ace high.
Does check it back and then catches an ace on the river. It's probably going to make him feel a little better about his hand.
Yeah, a bit more confident. The backdoor flush does indeed make it in, but I think Karmikaze is completely done with this hand now, and whether or not ATM chooses to value bet, I think he is going to be taking down this pot. I definitely like the check raise on the flop from Karmikaze with his particular holding, but just an unfortunate run out for his particular hand.
350.
8 bets, 350.
And ATM going for value here. Bets about half pot, 350 into 740.
That is not a good river for me to try to get fancy.
And he will pick up this one. I heard mention of knit game already, but I don't see the buttons out.
Yeah, they might be waiting on something. Sometimes players will wait on an add-on, or they'll potentially do a game where they'll see the number of cards on the flop and then determine how many hands later they'll do the knit game. Haven't heard about that just yet, but
I forgot why. Now I remember.
But this is definitely a game so far where I don't think they need the knit game in order to generate action. Obviously welcome, though.
Yeah, a lot of action players in this lineup. Mo opening with ace-10, and Vegas Viet just calling with ace-king offsuit.
Yep, a lot of aces already accounted for pre-flop, though. We've got ace-4, ace-10, and ace-king. Unlikely to see an ace-high flop.
No, very wet middle shelf flop here. Mo with a gut shot.
Very bad flop for Vegas Viet's hand. Obviously underrepresented pre-flop, but not going to want to put much money in the pot now, given this board.
And checks around, and the gut shot gets there. Mo now with a 10 high straight.
Right on cue, Karmikaze is going to bet this turn. Should, in theory, be good for him, but in this exact instance, not going to be good enough.
Yep.
I'm adding 1,000.
And Mo with the raise will just get it done there. Instant folds from Viet and Karmikaze, it looks like.
Wine time.
Yo.
Oh,
Yes,
I'm
Ian.
loving.
Yes, Ian.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers, Tisch. I'm drinking from Viet today. It's not drinking, so I have a drink.
Little wine, almost as good as a knit game.
Did you say you're drinking
for generating
on Viet?
action.
Like he's gonna pay for it, or?
He gonna pay for it, but on a different way.
We're gonna earn it.
Gotta treat the customer right.
Exactly.
9, 1 fold. 2 raises, 35. 3 folds.
Vegas Viet opening this one to 35. Early position.
5 folds.
$10 straddle on.
7 folds.
What's this called again?
Folds all the way back around to the straddle.
Payment.
Pretty good.
How you like? What? Country of origin?
Raises to 1 fold.
Italy.
And ATM looking down at 2 red kings. 3 betting to 150.
The Italy of America. California.
Viet was opening with a Jack-4 of spades. He decides to defend.
How could I not know?
Could be a fun flop, depending on what we see. Ace-high board, not going to be very fun for the magnets, but still with the best of it. A C-bet should take this down.
It's like a trend right now.
8 bets, 1
And it does.
It tends to be demure.
Making me feel insecure about my vocabulary.
Yeah, there's always an ace when I have kings.
I feel like it's just a universal truth. At some point, it's got to be statistically more likely you'll see an ace-high flop when you have the kings. It's just unfortunate.
Indeed.
All right, let's just get stuck a lot. I'm adding on, dealer.
How much?
TBD.
I guess 1,000, and then we'll bring out the baby.
6 adding on 1,000 and play this in.
Absolutely. Play this
1 fold.
Karmikaze adding another 1,000. I don't think they added that last 1,000 yet either.
Fine. I might have to. Does anybody have
I got black
yellows?
back here.
His stack about double what you're seeing.
I might have to get some yellow.
3 folds. 4 raises to 150. 5 folds. 6 folds.
You got yellow on
7
you?
folds.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I just did.
I'll trade you some.
Looks like Vegas Viet is going to be raising up the action with the 6-4 suited here.
Confirm.
Appreciate it.
8 calls, 150. 9 folds.
Trolp 3 betting from the hijack with 8-9 suited. ATM now getting in there from the big blind with ace-8 suited.
And we know Vegas Viet is not a folder. Going to be defending here.
I leave early September, and then I come back.
Oh, okay.
Coming back to the end of September.
And what a flop for him. Open-ended backdoor spades.
I have a wedding in
And
Maine.
a pretty severe miss for both of the other players. 8-9 suited is pretty much going to be a pure airball bluff on this board. Trolp's still going to try and represent it on the king-high flop, so we'll see if he can get some credit, but I imagine with Vegas Viet's open-ended straight draw, backdoor flush draw, he's not going to be going anywhere either.
I know you're drooling. I know Ty's drooling. He's like, come on, buddy, just come over here.
Yeah, ATM does get out of the way, but as predicted, Vegas
When he
Viet
takes
going
his wife
nowhere.
shopping,
Heads
she's
up
like,
we
that
go
one.
now.
He's like, not yet. Kareem's still in
And
Philly.
Viet turning a pair.
We'll get there, though.
Takes the lead.
Pair's going to be good enough for the lead on this board. Front door flush draw does also complete, which is not going to be good news for Trolp. And again, Vegas Viet looks like he's going to be cutting out chips for a lead in this spot. Definitely likes to lead on turns that are better for his range, and that's one of the most difficult things about playing against a player like Viet. Very willing to take advantage of boards that are better for his perceived range.
Probably. I don't think the money comes from anywhere else.
Yeah, I don't think money comes from anywhere else.
310 is the bet.
Gets the fold out of Trolp.
Yeah, I like the sizing there. Very value size, less than half pot. Signifying that he's got something big there, and Trolp gets out of the way.
No need to fully blast at that board either, especially if he's running into a flush or a hand like Ace-King. Don't want to overinflate the pot too much, but taking control on the turn. Good bet from Viet. Take down another pot.
Dealer change. Joe going out, Brandon coming in. As I said, Joe one of the best. Brandon also one of the best. We're lucky here at Champions Club to have some of the best in the world working right here in Houston, Texas. Come visit us at Champions Club, Texas, and you can experience the great staff we have. 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South, right here in Houston, Texas. And it looks like we're going to be doing a double board Omaha bomb pot.
You're up, bomb pot?
See that a lot in Texas card rooms on the dealer change. I feel like that's starting to be a pretty normal thing to see almost anywhere, but it seems like that's definitely a Houston thing for a long time.
I've seen a lot of rooms pick that up before, but again, definitely a Houston specialty, and the state of Texas in general as well. A lot of these players, like you said before, I think it may be Hayden, very good at pot limit Omaha, so definitely excited to get a hand of that game in 4-card poker.
Yeah, and it can get pretty wild. For those unfamiliar, Omaha, you get 4 cards instead of 2, and you must play 2 out of your hand and 3 off the board. And then in this particular game, everybody antes pre-flop. There's going to be 2 boards, and you're playing them both.
Yeah, a split pot game definitely changes the dynamics. Your hand may be good in one spot, but not so good in another. So if you see any players make folds on one board that you'd find strange in a game like Hold'em, you have to play a bit of a tighter range in some of these double board spots.
He's over there now.
As a quick example, let's say you just have a set on one board and nothing on the other, and the board's very connected. That set may be reduced to crumbs by the turn and river. So you have to be much more careful with when you decide to load money into the pot.
Yeah, and on this double board Omaha especially, you could have the nuts straight and lose money if you have nothing on the other board. You could have 2 or 3 people with the same straight on the one board.
Exactly. Chopping up half of one pot is not going to be profitable in this game. Very interesting. ATM deciding to lead out. Currently does have the nuts on one board, but a very vulnerable hand with a set of jacks, but does have a redraw on that same board.
Yeah, he's got the club redraw. He's also got a pair on the other board, and jacks could be good on 2 boards. So
yeah, but I lost.
Not the worst lead, especially when you can make the ultimate nuts on one board.
Wanting to protect the equity of his hand, obviously Hayden not going to be going anywhere on the bottom board with top pair and the flush draw. Hearts do immediately get there, so Hayden currently sitting with the nuts on the bottom board, and on the top board, jacks, although no longer the nuts, still a very strong hand.
That's a good way.
And Trolp is in there as well with clubs.
Just a pure punt.
On the top board, but he's drawing very slim against these 2 holdings.
Problem for Trolp is that king high clubs are no good. He's only drawing to his straight draw at this point.
Yeah, it's not the nut straight draw, and it's not the nut flush draw.
He's going
to fire. Or sorry, that was Hayden firing. Here he's got the nuts on one board.
Checks to Hayden, and double board bomb pot theory is definitely very interesting because when you have a hand like Ace King of Hearts in this spot, you know you have the nuts on one board. There's no chance you can lose the pot unless the board pairs, so you can apply a lot of pressure with a hand like this, try to get people to fold out some hands with equity.
And Hayden does have a 2-way hand here. Also, he can make a straight on the top board. If
Exactly.
it comes a black queen, he's got the nuts.
Come a queen. He also has a 7-5 for the straight draw, and If you
But it
look at
comes
that
clubs.
board, clubs do make it in, so
Chop it up.
we are going to see a chop pot. That is the standard result.
1200. Seat 8 bets 1200.
Oh, now I know why Viet is sweating this game more than this. Way more than this.
And Hayden also makes a straight on that top board, so he's going to shove it all in here. We know it's a chop, but that's typical when you've got the nuts on one board and something good on the other board. You're going to get the chips in the middle.
Yeah, and the players almost definitely knew that's a chop as well. Still not a bad idea to push the rest of your chips in when you know for a fact you can't possibly lose half of the pot. Never going to be a bad strategy to pile money in and potentially get your opponent to make a hero fold. No such folds this time, though.
Pot all in.
I was like, what's the pot at? Both of y'all got nuts on each.
Yeah.
Well, actually, ace high flush wasn't the nuts on.
Tisch talking about the rare straight
flush.
flush on one
I'm in
board.
Bomb Pot Hospital.
It has happened.
Has happened and will happen again. Very dangerous game. Obviously, because of the way that Omaha works, you more often will see in some of these games, players will show up with the absolute super nuts like quads or the straight flush, and sometimes it feels like you get coolered more often, but that's just the nature of the game. You got to play a stronger, tighter range.
Yeah, the whole deck is out there. So.
And now we see, and actually that makes sense to me. They were waiting on the Nick game to have the dealer change come through first. We've got dealer Tisch throwing out the nit buttons there. Nice little form.
It's nice.
Good wrist.
Straddle twice.
Nice try.
Wow. What's that for dude?
This is why we have dealers.
Thought I could get that through.
Folds around a tie. He's going to make a move here with 9-5
Almost a
on the
clean
dealer
round
button.
fish.
Opens big to 60.
Forgot the most important one.
Mo defending the first straddle with ace-10.
Vegas Viet looking down at a pocket pair. Looks like a raise to me.
I was actually rooting for you. So you can just get rid of your button. I don't have to deal with that shit for the rest of the thinking.
Queen 9 of club, come on in.
Oh.
Yeah, 3-bet to 280 with the 2 black 7s.
Could hear Vegas Viet cheekily commenting about Mo's Queen 9 of clubs, flopping the straight against him, but Viet is going to take down the first hand of the Nick game with no resistance with pocket
That's a good
sevens.
read.
People are learning.
And he will be
How'd you know?
safe.
As long as I'm not
Unsurprising, Vegas Viet not often the loser of the Nick game. Very, very capable player, very willing to put his chips in the middle. It's hard for him not to win one hand out of, say, 15 or 20, right? So.
Yeah, he's been described as many things, but a nit is probably not one of them.
Every time he sees the button in front of him, takes it as a personal offense. Got to get rid of it as soon as possible.
That's right.
Man, how you guess right on the dot?
Buddy, the rule of champions. Viet always has 7s.
His live reads are sick, bro.
It's sick.
Picking back up the action here. Karmikaze going to limp with the 5 deuce of hearts. Looks like we're getting a raise from Ty and a 3-bet from Chookiat, the Jack 10 of diamonds.
Yes. I'm in for 6. I don't know if that's what they have me in for. I know there was some confusion.
7 calls, 225.
And there is a call made from Ty defending the king, queen of clubs. We're going to go heads up to a flop. King, queen, 1 club, rather. Excuse me. Now on this ace high flop, ace jack 3 with 2 clubs. Much better flop for the 3-betters range. And Ty does have backdoor flush draw to the nuts, nut flush, as well as a gut shot to the nut straight, so he's not going anywhere. Eight of clubs on the turn. Very interesting card. Front door flush now gets there, which Ty does have removal for. Can potentially turn his hand into a bluff at this juncture, holding the king of clubs. Very important card. Jack 10 of diamonds now very quickly becomes a bluff catcher.
450.
Ty does elect to turn his hand into a bluff. 450 fired out on the turn. Chookiat, not much he can do there with just a pair of jacks. Does make the fold. And Ty is going to take down this $1,000 pot, relinquish the nip button.
Do you ever have it?
It's the second rule of Champions. Ty never has it.
I never have it.
Viet always has 7s. Ty never has it.
I gotta make sure.
You always know one of my
And Kareem picks the worst spots to bluff. That's number 3.
You can always know one of my cards. Whatever the not is, I have at least one of those. Don't know about the second one.
Yeah, 3 times you had a blocker.
Sometimes.
So far, yeah.
Sometimes the second one completes the hand.
Sometimes the second one completes. Almost every time if I bet it, I have one of that. One of them.
Karmikaze looking down at ace-5 of spades in +3 position is just going to elect to limp. Folds to Chookiat now, who is going to make the call, 1-chip call.
Got him, guys.
4 players.
Just checking the option that he has there. We're going 4 ways to a flop.
Yep, I checked.
King Jack 5 now. Vegas Viet with the best of it with the Jack Deuce in this spot. Everybody else missing by and large. Chookiat definitely going to want to float this $20 bet. Does again have a gut shot to the nuts. Viet not going anywhere with the pair of jacks. To the turn we go. 5 of clubs now. That is going to improve Karmikaze's hand, potentially slow him down. And at this point, it will be a matter of if Karmikaze wants to turn his hand into a bluff with his pair of 5s. He does. Continuing for 135, no longer a good price for Chookiat, not a good enough price for Vegas Viet either. Some timely aggression from Karmikaze does pay off, taking down the pot.
Definitely.
I mean...
Oh, it's 5 suited.
But as Ty says, one day it's going to be aces.
One day.
One day.
And one day it will be.
It is going to be aces one day. And then it'll be like a 65-35.
Pretty much.
30. Since they're onto my tricks.
Mix it up a little bit.
Catching up to the action here. Karmikaze going to raise with the ace-10 of diamonds from the +2 position. Looks like we're going to get 2 calls from Viet and Trolp. 3 ways over to a flop. Lots of diamonds in these hands. But an ace-high board will be good for Karmikaze. Only one who connects with a pair does choose to check. It is going to make 2 pair on the turn. Has the best of it by a pretty wide margin. Only hand now that can improve to beat him is Vegas Viet's for the gut shot to the queen.
What is it? 40?
As expected, Karmikaze going to bet. Vegas Viet expected to call, which I believe he will. Trolp going to get out of there, and we're going to be heads up to a river. But the gut shot does come through. Queen of spades on the river. Going to be a very interesting spot now. Vegas Viet holding the nuts. Pot a lot smaller than he'd like, and he is going to find the lead on this river. Fast play the hand. Now Karmikaze's got to think to himself, what on earth can this guy have in this spot? Spades do get in, so that is another potential hand class that would beat Karmikaze's 2 pair. Don't know if Karmikaze's considering a raise, may just be considering a call or fold. Karmikaze does make the call. Vegas Viet is going to show him the bad news. Gets there with the gut shot, takes down the pot. Another one going the way of Vegas Viet. Checking out the chat, seeing commentary about a 7-4 stream. That definitely would be fun. I know a lot of players have picked up on playing 7-4 quite a bit in this game. 7-4, the new fun hand, much more fun than 7-deuce, I'd argue. It's both better than 7-deuce and less expected than 7-deuce.
It's hard to let that one soak in just a little bit, you know. What do you think of the wine?
A lot of responses.
I think I need more of it.
I think I need more of it too. Yeah.
Looking down now at a pot. ATM with the nip button, going to raise it up with 7-5 of spades. We're going to get a quick 3-bet from Chookiat, holding the pocket tens. Folding back around to Tisch Money, who has a real hand, ace-king offsuit in the small blind. There will be no calling from Tisch Money. We've got a 4-bet to $275. Looks like it's going to quickly fold back around to Chookiat here in this spot. With pocket tens, got to think you're flipping with the majority of the range here. Tisch Money probably finding the 4-bet with all the versions of ace-king, many versions of ace-queen. Could be dominated, could be flipping.
When he's down, I don't know. When he's up, yeah. Yesterday he tried to punt 4.
With the Nick game on, Chookiat chooses to pass on the spot, and Tisch Money's aggression is going to pay off. Shows the ace-king, wins $135, and is safe in the Nick game.
It's important to accumulate good karma, you know. You can't just take, Ty. And Anthony are on Stratton's line. Oh, I just feel like I'm gonna have a swinging session. I feel it in my bones.
Ditto.
Hopefully everyone in the chat is having a good night. Obviously, always fun to be on stream. Very glad to have my first shot in the commentator's booth. Gonna switch back over to the action. Mo's gonna be raising with the King 4 suited, and Tisch gonna find the quick 3-bet with pocket queens, and Trolp next to act with pocket tens. Very important. Trolp still holding the nit button. Tisch Money has relinquished his nit button at this point. Those are not calling chips that Trolp has cut out. That's going to be a 4-bet from Trolp. Raises the action on up. Dealer Brandon gets a count at $650, so a pretty big 4-bet here from Trolp, committing himself to the hand. I think at this point, Tisch Money may just go with it, and we may have an all-in pot.
All in.
All in, and a quick call from Trolp. See the grimace on his face, knows he might not be in a good spot.
Not that good. Huh?
That can't be.
I just put like half my stack in. Or third.
Yeah, sure, you were never folding.
So who's got
Oh, you only
aces?
do one?
Oh.
One time.
Do you have a pair?
One time announced maximum pain, but it's going to be maximum pain for Trolp. Set of queens on the flop for Tisch Money is going to be good enough to take down this pot almost every single time, and it will be good enough this time. Tisch Money taking it down. Any ace would have been good, but no ace this time. Pair versus pair. Best pair stays that way post flop.
Yeah.
And a big pot.
Nice.
$3,600 going to Tisch Money.
Sixes would be nasty.
Definitely not an ace.
Nice spot. Really, really likes Tisch. All right, if I start repping you guys, can I run a little better? I'm just kidding. I've been running fine. I just can't.
You know they sell mediums.
Sad now.
I know. They only had one side.
My pay.
Big pot going the way of Tisch money, and it looks like Trolp is going to be adding on. Looks like $2,000 added to the stack.
Damn, bro. Getting roasted constantly, bro.
Obviously, the night is still young for this stream.
Yeah.
Probably got at least another
too cold here, and I had to buy
2.5 hours plus to go.
Careful, man. That Houston food gets to you, bro.
Potentially more, maybe 3.5.
Yeah, also age gets to you as well.
How old are you?
That's a men's or women's.
Got hand number 38.
I mean, if it's a
Vegas Viet raising to 60 with the Ace King offsuit. And Trolp, who still freshly has his knit button, is going to find a 3-bet. Ace 10 offsuit on the button. Makes it 200 to go. Vegas Viet now pondering what to do in this spot. Trolp literally getting felted the hand before. Maybe that will play into the dynamics. I'm wondering if Viet is going to 4-bet or just find the call in this spot. But a yellow chip is not indicative of a call. 4-bet from Vegas Viet with the Ace King and a quick release from Trolp.
Oops, sorry.
Very good.
Feel like we play more forward board on a single race board.
I think so too. We literally have.
Look at the lineup.
Freaking Texas, man.
Half of the forward is
Getting 3-bet on
Every single, the vast majority. We need a statistic. What percentage of the hands were 3-bet pots?
The answer to that question, Tisch, is quite a lot. A lot of 3-betting in this game tonight. Lots of action.
I think I want to open this hand.
Tisch money with 3-deuce suited does not choose
when you open, you
All right, Trolp. Looking down now at the 9-7 suited is just going to make the call
I need to be willing to 5-bet rip
from the
it or
cutoff.
play.
Karmikaze willing to make the fold as well. Most of the players already relinquished this hand. Ty will not be folding for such a small price. ATM calls, but Chookiat having enough of this just call business and is going to be making the raise with the King 10 offsuit. Raises to $130. Quick call from Trolp as well. Imagine we're going to see ATM and Ty get out of the way quickly, and we'll be heads up to a flop with 2 live cards for both players.
And that's yeah, fucking inflated.
That's a tough contest.
Ace 9-7 on the flop. Ace high board going to be much better for Chookiat as the 3-better, but Trolp catching a piece, 2 of them actually, with his 9-7 of diamonds. Certainly not going to be folding.
Shout out to Aze, I learned from the best. So.
Yeah.
Aze is the one who's picking us this one.
4 raises to 400.
Trolp with the 2-piece combination going to make it 400.
2021.
And Chookiat,
My favorite
nothing
one
to continue with. Trolp going to find the raise with the 2 pair, take it down, and Trolp is safe in this iteration of the Nick game.
You know, you don't have to raise every time.
Still got a couple of Nick game buttons or knit buttons left over. Looks like Mo, Hayden, ATM, and Chookiat all going to be continuing to hold their knit buttons, looking to get rid of those as soon as possible.
You played it perfect.
You got it. Crushed it, dude.
Should have raised and got 3-bet call. That's why he didn't open. If he raised, he might get 3-bet.
I'm excited to hear Chris.
That's why he's asleep.
Being adaptable.
Smart.
I'm excited to hear Chris's commentary on that one.
I should just flat call you loser.
At least when you leave, it's only going to cost you maybe like
Shout out to
1.5. If you
I
raise,
think
it's going to
Tisch,
cost you
getting
maybe
a
like
shout out from Tisch on the commentary. Obviously, love to play with Tisch.
only
Very fun.
4 raises to 30.
Trolp looking to build some momentum from the last pot. Is going to make the raise with the 10-9 offsuit from the hijack. Folds around to Chookiat in the under the gun straddle and is going to defend the 9-6 suited. Dominated heading to a flop. Queen 6-5 on the flop. Domination rotation for Chookiat. 6 of hearts on board. Pairs up Chookiat. And Trolp with just some backdoor draws at this point. It's going to be a bet and a quick raise from Chookiat. Also looking to relinquish the nip button. I like this play, especially in the Nick game. If you think your opponents are stabbing with too wide of a range, always nice to see if you can get your hand to show down more quickly with the raise, and he does. Takes the pot down. 9-6 of spades, good. Good for the nip button.
Second.
I got one coming too.
You got one? Nice.
January. I have one, but second one's coming in January.
Oh, okay. Nice. How about your first one?
16 months.
Oh, wow. Back to back.
Back to back.
Get it out of the way.
Get it out of the way. Huh?
Yeah.
Run it back, baby.
Boy, girl, so we got it done.
Oh, perfect.
Snap,
Good deal. Nice.
snip it, tie it, done.
That's enough.
No mas. I can't be like Viet. I'm not that rich.
I don't know how he knows it, but, you know. I admire.
How many kids do you have?
Don't break the bank.
7. Wow, you can play like a full poker table.
There might be a
when he's not playing poker, he's making babies.
I'm good at making
He's
them.
good at making babies.
He's playing poker.
Sometimes while he's playing poker, you know, it's like
Just do it.
Picking up the action with the raise, 9-7 of hearts, and we're getting calls from ATM and Vegas Viet, holding King 8 suited and Ace 8 suited respectively, or Ace 8 offsuit rather. 3 ways to a flop of Jack 7-5. Hayden catching a pair, and now the best of it, does decide to try and get one step closer to showdown with a check back. Checks over to the turn, and both players pairing their 8, ATM and Vegas Viet. ATM looking to lead now on this card, improving to a pair. And with this bet sizing, it is definitely possible for Vegas Viet to fold. Not going to like the fact that he's in between 2 players. Hayden, of course, also improving with this gut shot on the turn. But Viet is not a folder. Said it before, we'll say it again. Viet finds the call. And now Hayden is in a tricky spot himself. Does have a gut shot, has to think that's probably good. A 6 will give him the effective nuts. Is going to make the call. 3 gentlemen to the flop, turn and river. 4 of hearts is not going to change much. Vegas Viet with the best of it on the turn. Still going to have the best of it by the river. ATM going to check. Vegas Viet likely to check, but you never know. And if it checks to Hayden, I don't think he's going to be putting any more money in this pot either.
Check.
Hey.
Checks 3 ways. Vegas Viet making the best of it on the turn, and will have the best of it by the river.
A lot of 8s.
Another pot taken down for Vegas Viet.
He always has it when he's up, right?
Hasn't lost very many pots tonight. Only lost that one chunky pot to Mo.
Or
The flop straight versus the flop top turned into river trips for Vegas Viet. Done a great job of navigating his spots this stream.
Viet, what's the spread between the oldest and the youngest?
Huh?
How old you?
Taking a look now at the cumulative winnings. Vegas Viet, our big winner on the night, up 3,000. Tisch money not far behind after winning that large pot with pocket queens. Mo and Hayden also in the green, and then the rest of the table in the red currently. Ty, Trolp, ATM, and Karmikaze all down pretty similar amounts. Chookiat also with a small loss, but again, plenty of time to make that up. Trolp going to be raising with the king queen offsuit. We're seeing a call from ATM with the nip button, and now Mo with the nip button with Jack 10 of spades. 3 bets to $160. I like the aggression
No, don't
from a
wait.
hand like Jack 10 of spades.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm
Plays well post flop. Definitely can apply some pressure with it pre flop. Very fun, very pretty hand. You see a fold from ATM, and now only one player with a nip button involved in this hand is going to be Mo. Jack 10 suited against king queen offsuit. Live cards going to the flop. Ace Jack 8. Jack 10 will improve on this flop. Again, another very good flop for Mo's perceived range. Going to be c-betting this board at a high frequency. Does not change that strategy now. $125 barrel into the middle, and Trolp's going to peel one off here with a gut shot to the nut straight as well. Gut shot would give Mo 2 pair, so it'd be an action card if we see a turn. Not the card we see this time. See the 9 of spades does improve Mo to now an open-ended straight draw as well. Mo does elect to check for pot control, however. I like this play. Hand's got plenty of showdown value. Also got draws if he's to face more significant aggression. And Trolp now going to elect to turn his hand into a bluff. That's $275 into the pot. Healthy sized bet. As played, you'd think that Mo's going to be making the call on this street. Quickly reaching for chips. Mo is going to make the call.
Still 3.
Calling, and now we're heads up to a river, which is another jack. Fantastic card for Mo. Gonna check it. Hope to face another blast. Or most likely check it. I could also see a lead from Mo on this river card. Hoping to get value from an ace, but no such value. Jams. Quick fold from Trolp, and Mo is going to relinquish his nit button and take down a very sizable pot. Adding another 600 to his stack. Again, another well-played pot from Mo.
It'll make sense when you watch it back.
I'll take a Moscow.
Sometimes we need context.
Yeah.
And
No, you can target.
Deja vu.
started
Hayden.
stage with an ace.
Deja vu.
Oh, menu again?
Yeah.
He probably would. Maybe. You call an ace? Maybe.
If I had one?
You think so?
No.
No.
Against
Won
Mo?
last time. Or who lost last time?
He lost it.
Karmikaze going to opt to raise Queen Jack suited. Another very pretty hand pre-flop. Tisch money looking down at the King Queen offsuit from the under the gun straddle.
Next stream, next stream.
Is going to make the call, as will Vegas Viet. Heads up, or sorry, 3 ways to a flop. 10-9 deuce. Vegas Viet catches a deuce. Best of it for now, but open-ended straight draw for Karmikaze. Tisch money also with a gut shot straight draw.
Good fold, Tisch. Very disciplined.
Can't help myself.
Tisch decides to make the call. We're still 3 ways headed to a turn, which is another 9. Would not be surprised to see the action check through now on this card, which it does. 8 of diamonds on the river. Open-ended straight draw for Karmikaze gets there. No other player improving significantly. Going to be hard for Karmikaze to make value on this river, given that it is a diamond as well, unless Tisch money decides to turn his hand into a bluff. Turn the missed gut shot. And Tisch pondering his decision now. Looks like he is going to elect to bluff. Bets out 275 into this pot. A true pot-sized bet, 1-to-1. Tisch kept track of the pot size, now going to be blasting out for that bet. An unfortunate river for him, though. I don't imagine Karmikaze is going to be folding much of the time. Diamonds do get there, full houses did arrive on the turn, but as played, very unlikely that any of these players will be holding a full house. diamonds do make sense for Karmikaze. And he does make the fold. Wow. Going to get a quick fold from Vegas Viet as well. And Tisch in multiple spots tonight, by applying aggression for good sizes, has indeed taken down multiple pots where he did not have the best hand. Nice bluff from Tisch.
Fabulous, dude.
Answer is yes.
It's happening, dude. It is happening.
I'm pretty sure I saw Hayden in that exact outfit. It gotta be. I'm pretty sure I saw her. Tisch, you could be in that outfit. I wouldn't know. You know.
Yeah.
Could be any day.
Exactly.
Could
That's what I'm
be.
saying.
Very well could be.
40.
I'm gonna have to look that one up later.
Ty raising it on up. 6-5 of clubs here. Going to make it 40 to go.
You think I will look it up? Yeah, no, I'm telling you.
Nick game
100%.
still heads up between Hayden and ATM. ATM is unfortunately going to be dealt the 8 deuce offsuit and it's going to get out of the way, but Mo will still be involved in this pot with the pocket fours. Onto a flop of ace 9-7 rainbow. Again, decent board for Ty. Going to continue with his range, and I think Mo is not going to be in this pot for much longer, but we'll see. Always takes his time with his decisions. Does elect to turn his hand into a semi-bluff here with a raise with the pocket fours. Thinking that Ty, an aggressive player, is going to be playing a wider range than just an ace, for example. Ty is going to make the call, does have a gut shot straight draw and backdoor flush draw to go along with it on this board. Heads up to the turn, which is the 7 of diamonds. Doesn't change very much on the board. Ty going to continue with the check, and I think Mo's going to elect the check back here unless he wants to continue turning his pair of fours into a bluff. Pretty unlikely that an ace will fold, and Mo does wisely check back. And another ace on the river, counterfeiting Mo's pair, and now this is going to be a chop pot. Both players playing the board with aces, 7s, and a 9. The player with the most aggression will take down this pot. And for Ty, he's going to have much more of those aces in his range as played. Gotta imagine that if Ty fires at this pot, Mo's going to have his hands tied.
Isn't there a tournament dollars right now?
But Ty does elect to check. Potentially opens the door for Mo.
The main's gonna be big. Yeah.
What's the main?
900, 1 mil.
900 1 mil?
Ooh, that's pretty good.
There's a day one on Sunday.
When is that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, turbo play. Yeah.
That's this week?
Yep.
Mo with the bet and Ty with the snap fold. Obviously nothing to do with his playing the board, and Mo's aggression is going to pay off. Takes down the pot.
Kalinas or the other one?
Both. They're both those games.
Oh, like they both
Both
they
of the
won they
tournaments,
merge
yeah.
it? Okay.
Is the same tournament happening at both locations though? Like, is there?
Day one on
Day
both.
one,
Then day two is somewhere. Yeah.
Day two's at the Dallas location.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see.
Which is
But both
I'm assuming?
locations
Yeah.
is only like 10 minutes away from each other, right?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
close.
Yeah.
Both locations only
Yeah.
like 10 minutes away.
Yeah, they're close, yeah.
That's crazy.
Poker's popping in Texas.
Still looking at about another hour and a half to go on this stream.
Something going on every week.
Two
Like a new big opening,
Yeah.
or like a new tournament
Within
series,
10
like every
minutes,
week.
that's
Yeah.
Honestly, I think poker would be popping everywhere if people were allowed to open card rooms, you know?
That's
Just that here anybody can fucking fire it up.
And you can kind of do whatever you want when you have.
Like in Florida, you have to have a pari-mutuel license. So
Yeah.
ATM electing just to limp call with the 8-7 offsuit.
yeah, oh, yeah,
Does have a
you
nip
can't
button,
even
of
get
course, so absolutely understandable.
people
Trying to
have
make
had
sure
him for
he has a good
couple
price to
decades,
involve
you know,
himself in
they're
the
not gonna
pot.
let go of them.
Is going to call a raise from Vegas Viet, who made it 50 with the Queen 9 offsuit from the dealer button. Looks like we're going to be heads up going to a flop of ace 4-6 2 spades. Trolp does have a gut shot straight draw,
I mean, I think
backdoor
you should
flush
take it.
draw.
I
Still
thought
tough to
you
play though on an ace high board.
Get
Is going to make the fold.
really drunk to be polite, and if we benefit.
You just wanted lime.
She brought me
No,
a
you wanted a
shot.
Moscow Mule.
Yeah, I said to Moscow. She brought me a shot.
She's like, this is what they
take
drink
it.
in Moscow. You want to be a Russian? This is how they do it.
Wrong guy. A Moscow. Moscow what?
Next time you gotta be like, let me get a mule.
Yeah.
Tisch, was that the mirror? I don't know.
Well
What
played.
part of it?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Nick game still on between ATM and Hayden. ATM going to be looking down at the 5-4 offsuit. Is going to elect to just limp call once again. Trying to make sure he can see the flop, potentially take this down.
Polar opposite of the mirror.
Trolp also electing to make the call, and Hayden
Mirrors and on.
with the first real hand he's seen during this Nick game, Ace Jack of clubs.
Like, classy.
Gotta expect a raise to come in here. How big will it be?
Sure.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Quite a large raise indeed. We're gonna make it 200 to go over the $20 calls. Tough spot now for ATM. Not really wanting to put in $200 with the 5-4, but I am mistaken. There is a call from ATM. I like it. Get after it.
Clubs are cheap.
All my
It looks like we are heads up in the nit game. This pot to decide it all. A couple of
I feel like
clubs
100%
already
of my
dead.
life.
Let's see if ATM can maneuver his way.
Squeeze twice high.
And an interesting flop here. Ace Queen Tray. Hayden obviously with top pair, but ATM with a gut shot straight draw to the deuce. If he can hit that, definitely going to win this pot. Scary board for ATM, but
More money.
I expect we're not going to be folding a gut shot in this spot, and we certainly are not. That's a call.
I only drink for big events.
Big event.
Jack of hearts on
Oh,
the turn. Top and middle.
doesn't think we're worth a beer.
Not a good card for ATM now.
Does have
Meet
the
me
gut
up
shot
next
working
Wednesday.
for him.
Pot's already blown up to 750. It
Yeah, but he
depends
also
on what
doesn't drink
Hayden
when
wants
it's
to
too
do.
big, 'cause that's serious.
Hayden just sticks it in here. There's not much ATM can do. Gonna be forced to fold and relinquish the mid game for the second time of the night.
Yeah, probably.
That's true.
Hey, if you're playing Wednesday, Viet will buy you all the shots. Right? Yeah.
Hayden debating over the size here. Looks like we're going for a medium-sized bet, trying to get value from worse pairs.
Gonna crush some of those guys
Potentially some worse draws, like ATM's 5-4.
You guys want to do a splash pot, I think?
What do you mean?
Does elect for a sizing of 375. I also like this sizing. Obviously jamming to get the hand over with, but this bet
You're
no
like
value
2 steps ahead of us.
ATM, but ATM done with the pot.
Because of you.
Hayden is going to take it down, and the second round of the nit game is over. ATM having to pay the $200 nit tax
I ran
once again.
one bluff in my entire life, and it was
2 in a row. That feels bad.
That's okay. Third time's the charm in the nit
Guys, I
game.
got owned by Kareem last night. It was
I would be a liar if I said I have not lost a nit game twice in a row before, because it absolutely happens to the best of us. ATM, obviously great player, always gets involved in these hands, in these good spots.
And Ty's like, when are you moving?
Looking to bounce back and get some revenge. ATM does look like he's putting on the straddle to 20
I got a
in
newborn.
this hand. 5, 5, 10, 20 now in this pot,
Go up.
splash pot.
This economy's rough.
I got a newborn to pay for. When you moving here?
Yeah. When are you moving, buddy?
Very classy.
And then he'll boost you up. Oh no, you're great. You're great. 3-bet.
It's like
Double
when
straddle
the
is
guy
on.
who's like good for the game walks into the room.
Chookiat just limping in with ace-10. It's always interesting to me what
That's
the
time he sees
opening
me.
raise will be when there's the $200 in the middle.
And a lot of players elect to just call with a wider range than normal in these splash pots, trying to make sure the pot is not overinflated, because any bet will drastically raise the size of the pot with $200 of dead money. And Tisch picking up very, very strong hand. Pocket kings.
And goes with a relatively small size, considering 2 limpers and the 200 in the middle. It goes 150.
And honestly, I don't blame him whatsoever. I like the 250. I'm not sure if the graphics are correct. It says Vegas Viet raised to 150. If that's the case, Tisch electing to play trappy with his pocket kings. And look at that. Working to perfection. I think it was Tisch who originally opened it
Yeah,
up.
it looked like just 20 in front of
It looks like
Vegas Viet.
Right. I was gonna read
Chookiat
it.
showing it all in and running into it this
You
hand.
ran it
Pocket
twice.
kings from Tisch
I don't have a
money.
good hand.
I do.
I do. Dude, I'm glad you did that. I was gonna re-raise.
How good? Aces?
I ran well against Trolp, so we'll go twice.
How good? How good?
I love the commentary from Tisch. It does indeed have a good hand. Pocket kings.
Yeah.
Sounds like they are running it twice.
Alright, I got one live card.
That's the exact same hand I got.
An 8.
That would have been the plot. You had some backdoors, right?
First board secured for Tisch money. Always feels good to take down half the pot, especially with a hand as strong as kings. And the ace magnets avoid a king once again. Queen 6-9 on the second board.
For the sweat?
Oh, that's not good.
And another king. Gut shot straight draw now for Chookiat. Still has outs.
Oh,
and he does.
Yes!
He
So
does
lucky.
get there. Chops it up.
Can we
Jack of
chop this
clubs
guy?
on the river.
Come my away.
Wow.
Calls it out. Nice.
It's always a sweat when you have the best hand going all into a river.
Wow.
You can thank.
You're not supposed to let him get there on this card.
You can thank Trolp.
I'm here for everyone.
Now we 10 and 20 are on. Can you put his 5 on?
Oh yeah, I would love to put some size money out there.
Can I get a
There we go.
Thank you.
We have.
Yes.
If you want wine, we still got
Oh
another.
no,
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
thank you. Wine made me go to sleep.
Yeah.
Have another Michelob too. Thank you.
Yeah.
That part is.
Wine's not my thing. Can I get a Tito cranberry with the lime in there?
20 straddle on. Tisch money open into
Right,
50
yeah.
with ace 10 suited
Very good, doc.
Stronger whenever it's.
from the hijack.
Yeah, whatever.
5 calls, 6 folds, 7 folds. Thank you.
Oh, he's got card.
He saw his action.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
In Texas, we act in turn.
8 raises 250. That's 8, 9 folds.
Hayden defending the button with king 9 suited. Now ATM putting the squeeze on. King jack of spades and the straddle makes it 250. Tisch money elects to make the call. Hayden closed the action now in position, but he decides to get out of the way.
Wise decision in these 3-bet pots when you're not the aggressor with a hand like king 9. Just find yourself dominated a bit too much unless you're the one taking the aggressive action. Go to ace 10 8 on the flop. Best hand pre-flop, best hand post-flop for Tisch money.
200.
8 bets, 200.
ATM with the gut shot leading out for 200. He is the 3-better. Top 2 for Tisch. Expect to see a raise here, I would imagine, with such a wet board.
And Tisch loving his spot, and I imagine for ATM, going to have a difficult time putting in more money with just the dry gut shot. No backdoor flush draw for him. I wouldn't be shocked if Tisch also finds a way to trap with this hand to get value out of ace king and ace queen, but as you said, does elect to make the raise now.
Goes 700 and easy fold for
Ace
ATM.
jack, good.
There you go, kid. There you go. No, that was the last hand I chopped it. Oh, you're good. I'm just talking to Ed.
Oh, okay.
No. A hard went to Tisch and a hard went to Seat 9. Straddle 10 is on.
Well, if you're in the Houston area and you're close to Champions, there is a big overlay on our Pot Limit Omaha tournament tonight. About 30 or 40 minutes left to register in that. Check Poker Atlas for all the details on that. If you're nearby, might be a good time to come down here if you like that 4-card game.
Pretty pretty substantial. Good opportunity for any Omaha players who are in the area. Potentially the type of tournament I might fire, but I'm enjoying my time in the box. I'm not going to be going anywhere.
Yeah. That's pretty fun once you get into the in the middle of the stream. You don't want to leave early.
Absolutely not. We're not going to bail early on the stream. Already got a decent pot developing. Tisch money electing to 3-bet the ace-4 of clubs. Good GTO 3-bet. Vegas Viet, of course, going nowhere with the suited ace, and we go heads up to a paired queen-high board. These types of boards, again, going to be very good for the pre-flop aggressor. Paired board is going to be a pretty high-frequency continuation bet. Vegas Viet not folding with his backdoor draws, though. To the turn we go, jack of spades. Neither player holding a spade. I imagine the action may quickly go check-check here unless Tisch is willing to fire another double barrel, but a bit difficult in this spot. Paired board, could be worried about a queen, worried about spades.
People are successful with. Like I've seen people play very tight and be successful. I've seen people play very crazy and have success.
But another bet from Tisch, good understanding of his spot, knowing that even though draws have completed, top card is paired, still a better board for his range, going to continue representing the strongest possible hands and does take it down.
If you have someone covered, I guess you could play
super
super aggressive.
You can't just shove. So there's one thing. You can see a flop, you can limp call, they can improve that.
Got a question in the chat. How does one get on the stream game? Well, it's pretty simple. There's a form you can fill out in the description under the video.
Now I just strictly play cash.
Just click on that. And that'll go directly to our
I think they're
player liaison, Ed Batinga. He does all the stream lineups. You can let him know what games you're interested in, what
I get what you're saying. There's
what
definitely
limits. We do everything from 1-3 all the way up to 25-50, no limit hold'em. We also do PLO and occasionally a mixed game. So give him some information, let him know what you want to play and what your
different payout structures,
what your budget is, and we will be in touch. We add new players all the time. In fact, Chris did the same process to get on our stream, and now he's commentating too.
Yeah, this is the commentary pipeline. Looking at this pot developing here, Karmikaze has been relatively quiet recently given his run of cards. Is going to elect to raise with the 8-4 of hearts, but unfortunately faces some timely aggression from Ty's ace-king and will take down the pot, Ty.
Action folding around to the cutoff. Ty gonna bet this one 35 with King 7. Your hand.
Yeah, looking down at King 7. King 7 is 0 for 2 today. Let's see if that trend continues. Obviously, did not work out on Monday as well.
ATM limping on the button with Ace 5, and now Vegas Viet looking down at King 9 suited in the straddle. Looks like he's going to raise it up.
And kind of similar to those discussions from earlier, hand like King 9 suited doesn't necessarily play the best post flop, but is nice to apply aggression with. Not going to be getting a fold out of ATM's Ace 5 though, and heads up to a flop we do go.
And we know there's at least one king in the muck. The King 7 gets out of the way. Viet out of position here.
What do people do in Texas?
King 9 does slightly improve on this flop. We now have a gut shot for Vegas Viet. ATM sitting with just ace high on a queen 10 high board. It'll be tough to stick around.
Yeah, that's what we do in Colorado.
Yeah, 2 Broadway cards on board. Definitely favors the 3-better. Yeah, c-betting 125 and takes it down without a fight.
ATM unable to call. It's definitely tricky. You know, your hand could be good sometimes, but not nearly enough to justify putting in the money.
I heard they went to no limit like a year ago or a couple years
Viet still continuing his tear at nice pots today. Again, only really with 1 pot lost over the course of the whole stream. Got to be a good feeling.
In the past, I've gone like 3 tables.
Green.
It does seem that poker is a game of momentum. Sometimes when you're hitting, you just hit a bunch.
A game of streaks for sure, and it's gotta be tough as a player sometimes, just having to recognize that even though the game does come and go in streaks, you need to maintain your mentality, play your A game as often as you possibly can.
He's on hand.
For sure, ride through the variants.
Not the last hand. The last hand he didn't. No, I know.
Saw a bit of an exchange of chips before the hand. Looks like we are coloring down. Always got to feel good as Tisch money to be the guy who's coloring down the big chips.
It's good to be the banker.
It's good to be the banker. Karmikaze picks up a real hand with ace-jack offsuit, is going to raise.
30-30.
Viet defending the big blind with ace-4. And we will go heads up to a flop.
Vegas Viet can do no wrong. Flopping a 4, domination rotation for Vegas Viet, and is going to lead now on this board. $40.
Yeah, like always good.
Could be a signal in the bet size there. I always think it's funny when people raise to like 55 with pocket fives and things like that.
And well, there will no longer be any questions about this pop. This is going to be a chop. Don't imagine anything strange will occur here. 10 of spades changing nothing. Both players with the 5 high straight. Great turn for tie. And we will have a chop.
Yeah, he's like one of the best.
Bet, quick call, and chop it up.
Camera's actually panning to tie, but Karmikaze, the one involved in that pot.
Did they get PLO in Denver?
And still, nonetheless,
Did they get PLO in Denver?
Not
Vegas Viet, even when dominated pre-flop, will not find a way to lose the hand post-flop.
Big book, underground 5-card.
Keeping the streak alive.
Dude, 5-card
used to
took
be.
off in
That's pretty
Miami.
crazy.
It's almost all 5-card.
Yeah, it started off.
Players not electing to start another knit game right now, which again, understandable. Could be waiting for another dealer change before introducing another knit game.
Yeah, now it's
All players plenty deep, it looks like. I don't see any very short stacks at the table. Lots of players having those yellow and purple chips on their stacks.
Infinite.
Yeah. Count.
Infinite.
It looks like we've got at least 2 hours left to go on this stream. Right now, Viet and Tisch still the big winners. Wondering if it'll stay that way.
Pair versus pair. Karmikaze opening to 30. Chookiat with the queens, 3-betting to 90.
Very standard defense pre-flop, and the reward cometh to those who wait. Karmikaze, middle set, going to lead on this board, actually.
Interesting decision, since this board should favor him anyway.
Chookiat obviously not in love with the lead, but we're never folding the pocket queens in this spot. Does make the quick call. Looking for one of 2 ladies left over in the deck. Going to be a tough ask, and the 9 of diamonds, once again, another card definitely going to be favoring Karmikaze's pre-flop calling range. He can have all of the sets available on the board, can certainly have 2 pairs available as well, such as 7-8 and 8-9, 7-9 suited as well. So I think if Karmikaze fires on this turn again, Chookiat definitely going to need to have some alarm bells raised. Knows that he is effectively drawing to 2 outs if he is already behind.
Giving it some thought here. The bet's 135.
I like the bet size from Karmikaze. Keep it small. No need to turn your hand into a bluff and go polar, like betting pot or close to pot. A clear value bet, trying to keep hands exactly like this one, still involved in the pot, and it does work. Gets a call out of the pocket queens.
What do you drink? There's Matt.
Quad sevens on the river. Best hand on the flop gets better.
Can't go wrong with Tito's crayon.
Honestly, a very good
Not at
card
all.
for Chookiat, unfortunately. Reduces the combination of number of sets and 2 pair that Karmikaze might have. Now we have to see what Karmikaze elects to do with his sizing on this river.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
If Karma had a hand like 8-9, Chookiat suddenly takes the lead and might end up putting more chips in this pot.
Exactly. It's less likely now that Karmikaze had a hand like 7-8 on the flop, decided to fast play exactly like pocket sevens. Unfortunately, one of the worst rivers in the deck for Chookiat.
By posting to 200.
Run it back.
Karmikaze really thinking about this bet sizing though, wondering how much to go. And he does elect to go polar. That is a 2x pot bet almost. 1,000 bet with the pocket sevens, and I like it. He obviously has the stone cold nuts. He's saying I either have it or I have nothing.
Yeah, great size there.
In these spots, I feel like a lot of players are afraid to bet such a large sizing on the river, thinking they have so much of the board locked up, what can my opponent possibly call with? But Karmikaze thinking he's got to swing for the fences in this situation, hoping his opponent has a hand exactly like this, like aces, kings, queens, jacks, tens, that's willing to make this call.
Both splash spots.
Yeah.
Must be nice.
Yeah, that was pretty sick.
You had kings I had?
Do not envy the spot of Chookiat here. As we mentioned before, 7 of hearts is going to be a better card for him a lot of the time.
No, I said I'm running good.
Oh, running. Well.
Makes it harder for Karmikaze to have value, but Chookiat wisely sniffs it out and is able to escape.
And then the second one, he had
Good pot going to Karmikaze.
They chopped it. They ran it twice.
You were on the button.
You bet 1,000 or 600.
You can get
No
squirrely.
show.
You can get squirrely, man.
I'm super
like it.
wide there, yeah, ridiculous.
Yeah, you are.
No need to show the quads there.
Just had it.
Very professional move from Karmikaze too. No need to show the quads, especially when you bet such a large sizing. Want players to think it's possible that he did indeed have a bluff there.
It happened yesterday.
Yeah.
You woke up with kings.
New knit game coming back
I
out.
stacked with kings versus the aces
I love it.
4K.
Nick game for the
And then
blood.
Very next hand. Kings
Drives more action in the game.
Damn.
And runs it.
Obviously, you have to adapt your strategy to it, but that's part of the fun.
Yeah. Should have happened again.
Good timing.
It's pretty sick.
And the
You know, I think of all the side games that people routinely play in poker. I'm definitely most in favor of the Nick game compared to Nit game versus like small blind game or whatever. I think that the Nit game or stand-up game, however you want to call it, I think is the best thing you can do to add action to the game without overinflating the stakes that you're playing. Very fun.
That unreasonable though.
Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely not unreasonable.
I like the 7 deuce game or the 7-4 game,
Yeah,
as we
right.
like to do around here.
The
But
the key hand games are also quite fun as well.
Yeah.
speaking of 7-4,
7-4 has arrived and is here to take down some slightly stronger hands pre-flop. Looks like we're going to get a nice multi-way pot. Haven't seen one of these in quite some time. Headed 5 ways to a flop now. King 8 deuce. Unfortunately, 7-4 does not get there. It is a good board for Chookiat's King Jack of Hearts.
yeah, and he opened this one, so we can expect him to put a c-bet in here. Interesting to decide what kind of sizing you're going to use when it's 5 ways and you hit top pair. He goes pretty small, 80 bucks.
Don't want to go too big in spots like this because at that point you are only going to get called by better or hands that have extremely strong draws, so no need to overinflate an already big pot for a made hand like King Jack, and must be nice for Chookiat. We're going to take down the first hand of the Nick game just like that.
And mark him safe. Double straddle is on. 10-20.
ATM looking for Nit game revenge this time around.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been running pretty bad in the Nick game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously no commentary at all on ATM's play. He's been doing great. Just the cards, the run of cards has not been favorable, but I know for a fact that ATM is the type of player who can easily turn that situation around. Looking down at the Queen 5 suited now in the +2 position, but is going to relinquish, find a better spot.
Oh, opening this one from the hijack with ace-8 offsuit, makes it 60 to go. Vegas Viet with a quick call with 5 tray behind him. And Ty will defend the straddle with king-jack. Going 3 ways. King-jack rewarded with top pair.
Not much else for any other player. Mo with just the ace-high, Vegas Viet with a backdoor straight draw, but it is going to check all the way through. See if either other player improves, and there is some improvement for one hand. Mo's hand improves to middle pair.
It can even be in like this, or like a knit button.
Check the frog.
Yeah, it could be on a.
Although Mo does have middle pair, I think the more important card for him is going to be the ace of spades. If he wants to call with potentially devious intentions on the river.
Yeah. Something low so they can.
But Mo is going to wisely elect to make the fold. Third pair, usually going to be no good, especially on these dynamic draw-heavy boards. Not very many cards you're going to want to see on the river, so does elect to take the fold, and Ty is now also safe in the nick game.
Like, no one told me anything before I played. Yeah.
Fuck off, man.
Tito's brand.
No.
I didn't know anyone,
Tonic.
so yeah.
Tonic and Tito's.
Tito's tonic.
The line. Yes. Sorry.
I was like, what? And she said, okay. I'm like,
I gotta drive. I can't do that.
Vodka and Tito's. I got you, bro. I got you.
Tie your 10 if you want to.
My chips are on fire.
They're about to be after that Tito's vodka, bro.
Yeah.
I've never heard of a drink like that.
Tito's vodka.
more money. Everybody's drinking more money.
Hey, more money.
More money, more problems.
Come on, Mo. Come on, Matthew.
Yeah, he's the only Matt who hasn't.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna win,
$20 straddle is on. Chookiat limping in with queen jack suited in early position. Mo is going to open it up though with king 10, makes it 80 to go. And Hayden finds the black jacks again in the small blind. Seems to always end up getting these jacks out of position.
Thank you.
He's going to raise it up though. 3-bet to 320, goes big.
Yeah.
I think this 320 is going to get the job done. It's going to be difficult for Mo to hold on with just king 10 offsuit, and indeed he very quickly relinquishes his cards, and Hayden is now also safe from the nick game. Hayden had it heads up for the nick game twice last time with ATM. Got to feel good to not have that extra pressure of being one of the last guys in the nick game. Also been there a few times myself. Does not feel good whenever you're late stages of the nick game, peel your cards, the lovely 8-3 offsuit comes your way, and not much you can do. So glad to get that monkey off of his back.
Yeah, it's not
Got Daka Felt in the chat saying he prefers Squid Game to the Knit Game. How do you feel about the Squid Game?
So it depends on Doc's definition of the Squid Game, actually. I'd be interested to see what Doc's version of the Knit Game, or the Squid Game is,
His version of the Squid Game is you win a hand, you get a button, and then after all 9 buttons are out there, anybody who doesn't have a button pays the holders of the button a set amount. So say it's $50. If you have 0 buttons, you're going to lose $450 and you got to pay out.
Okay, gotcha. Very interesting concept then. Yeah, I definitely like the... I would be open to that game. I've never personally played it, but it sounds like that's another fun way to incentivize action for sure.
Was it a good fold?
Yeah, his argument is if you get rid of your button in first hand, then you don't have to do anything for the rest of the game. If you're playing the Squid Game, you're trying to win every hand to try to get as many buttons as you can.
Definitely accelerates the amount of action, and more importantly than the Knit Game, it sounds like it rewards aggression even more.
Yeah.
Catching up to the action now, we are post-flop. Heads up between 2 players, Chookiat and Hayden. Hayden still with the best of it with ace high. Neither of these players have a nip button though, so they're not really incentivized to go crazy to take down this pot. Chookiat is going to bet with the queen high, gut shot, and take it down.
I had 2 flush draw. 3 points. No, on the turn I had 2 flush draw.
We've tried the Squid Game a couple of times on stream, and it may have just been players not being familiar with it. It didn't seem to generate as much action as some of the players, but I feel like the argument is good. If people knew, you know,
I mean,
once you have
again,
some experience with the
he's
game,
falling
I
asleep.
feel like it would generate the action.
Getting tired.
Absolutely. The funny thing about the Squid Game, not just this version, but in particular, right after the television series became popular, a lot of different poker games or subvariants called themselves the Squid Game. So when Doc said, you know, my favorite's the Squid Game, I'm like, all right, which Squid Game? Because I've played like 2 or 3 different Squid Games, and neither of them were that one.
Yeah, I've heard of another Squid Game as well in a limit, like a mix game thing.
Exactly.
And it was completely different.
And that's not the same thing that I'm thinking of either. I'm thinking of a triple board game where the third board gets erased on the river, that sort of thing. There's all sorts of variants that call themselves Squid Game, but
sure,
definitely sounds like a fun variant. Looking down now at a real hand though, Chookiat going to be calling $40 with his pocket sixes, but Mo going to take the 3-bet spot with Ace King offsuit.
I play better when I'm short, actually.
Karmikaze, look at this. Jack 7 offsuit, knows his hand is no good pre-flop, so we're going to put in the 4-bet bluff to 800 with the Jack 7. Gotta love the aggressive plays. Big fan of them myself.
Yeah, probably 45.
And that's a big sizing there. Mo could go either way here. Could be a call, could be a raise. I highly doubt he's going to be folding Ace-King, but he is out of position.
A 5-bet shove is obviously a bit tricky. I think Mo is going to elect to just call in this spot. Makes the most sense to me, and he does indeed just call. So we've got a huge pot brewing. Ace-King versus Jack 7, live cards.
I hate driving 4.5. Wait, but what if you make
Queen 3 4 on the flop. Now, given that this is a 4-bet pot, I expect Karmikaze, even though his hand obviously doesn't connect in any sort of meaningful way, we're going to see a small bet on this flop, something in the range of 20 to 30% pot.
And he goes, I believe, 500.
500 right in that ballpark range, then maybe a little bit closer to 30% pot size bet. I like it. Mo, obviously, with just Ace-King high, understands that he could be absolutely crushed against hands like aces, kings, queens especially. Less likely on this flop, but still. Mo also in the unfortunate spot of not having the ace or king of spades, no backdoor draws to rely on other than running straight with a jack or a 10. And even then, you're not going to love those cards on the turn in a 4-bet pot.
Stillwater is way closer to aces.
Mo does make the fold, and the timely aggression from Karmikaze. Jack 7 offsuit, gonna take down the 4-bet pot.
From over here, from over here, Kareem. I knew it.
This is how I envisioned King 7 offsuit playing, but that didn't work for me. But Karmikaze with a very well played aggressive pot is going to relinquish his nip button as well.
And don't worry, he will do it again.
No, I won't. That was my last bluff. I'm done. I'm on bluff.
You can't do that anymore.
Karmikaze joking about how that will be his last bluff.
Spicy.
That shit's
definitely more likely to get called later with showing that down.
Absolutely. We call that a marketing expense right there. That's very, very fun pot. Tisch money going to choose to release the ace-4 offsuit from under the gun. Generally approved.
And now Karmikaze with a better hand. King-Jack in the hijack opens to 60.
Measly.
Looks like Ty's going to get involved as well with the 10-8 offsuit from the dealer button, or the cutoff rather. Knows he is likely to have position, makes the call. Vegas Viet sees 2 cards and a straddle. He won't be folding. That's a call as well.
Yeah, I moved there for work like 4.5 years ago.
I think that button might be in the wrong spot. It looks like it's right in front of Ty.
Yeah, it looks like the dealer button is Ty's. Very low board again.
Unemployed.
Viet is going to choose to check this board, and I have a feeling this is going to check through. We'll see what Viet wants to do on the turn. Currently has the best of it until the 10 of hearts peels off and Ty now with the best hand.
Where'd you drive
Like
from?
you play at Samuel's game?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Play this game every week.
Yeah.
Where'd you live now, Michigan?
Denver.
Denver.
Yeah, Colorado.
Checks to Ty.
It's spread limit.
Going to put some chips in the pot now. 125 is the number.
No, I live here now.
Oh, okay. For how long?
A year.
Okay.
Moved here around August last year.
Cool.
Vegas Viet is going to elect to make the call with
So you
his middle
recognize me
pair,
from Minnesota?
looking to improve on the river, likely shut down after the fact. King of Diamonds not going to do it, likely to go check,
Yeah,
check.
I might have played here like in May.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Secret. That's fair enough. I wouldn't tell me either.
If you moved to Denver like 4 years ago, I probably wouldn't have seen you at Sam's or Taylor's or.
Yeah, yeah.
Ty giving it some thought here. Looks like
Taylor's
he's
game is good.
thinking about betting something.
No snap check from Ty. Ty is going to make a wager of a decent size.
Small world.
Looking to get value potentially. This is a bit of a mergy bet in the world of theory. Obviously, doesn't have the strongest hand. Can get some value from worse. Also potentially turning his hand into some sort of a bluff. But I don't really think there are many better hands that Ty could get to fold with this bet. So going for some thin value against a hand like a 4 or a hand like a 3 like Viet's, but is going to get the fold.
So he has a 5. He has a 5.
He got one through. He got one through.
8.
Ah.
10-8, good. 10-8.
Yeah,
No bluff from Ty. Pair of 10s is going to be plenty good on that board.
Yeah.
Why you don't show up here and you keep showing the trash card?
Key.
Man.
Picking on Viet.
I usually say the show one is always nutted, but not with Ty. Not with Ty.
Show one is never. If they show you like a card that wasn't. Yeah.
Like there's a 3 flush board, and then like they show the ace of spades. Yeah, always nutted. Ty will just be a sicko and show you like the deuce of diamonds.
He's always
some bullshit.
He's always on level 4. It's annoying.
Like he says, he always has one of the important card.
That was the important.
So your hand was probably 8-6.
That was the important.
8-6? That's what you had.
Karmikaze
with
with 2 kings limping in. We've seen him do these limp jams and limp re-raises before. Doing it from late position this time, and it's going to work out as Ty opens to 75.
Yeah, Dan. It's a pretty interesting strategy, especially with the nit game, knowing that it's very unlikely that you will face a limped pot in these spots. Seeing now that Ty going to raise it on up with the king jack, with the jack of clubs. Mo also making a call with queen jack offsuit, but the price of poker is about to go up pretty significantly. Funny comment from Ty asking how you re-raise, but that is how you take down some of these pots in the nit game. Getting people to potentially open up wider ranges than they should and then punishing them with the aggression.
Yeah.
And obviously Karmikaze, well capable player, not just doing this with the nuts like kings, he's clearly capable of doing it with other hands like ace-5, etc. So definitely a tough strategy to deal with.
Yeah, he has. We have seen him do that with a range of hands just tonight.
Exactly. And he's happened to have it twice, but I imagine he'll employ this strategy again if he finds the spot. Very polar range.
We did, but then you had to put in a 375.
Then we respect it.
Then we respect it.
That's fair. That's fair.
The 20 is still.
The only guy that didn't respect it is from out of
Folds
town.
around to the button.
No.
Chookiat with a premium hand here. Ace-Jack suited, raising it up to 80. It's going to look suspect. All the blinds are having nit buttons here too, so he's going to get some action most likely. Mo calls Queen 8 of clubs in the small blind. Tisch Money now looking down at Queen Jack, and I would have predicted a squeeze out of him, but just a call there. Here comes the squeeze. Nope. 7-4 also just calling.
Love to see 7-4 involved in the pot. Let's see if the best hand can hold up post-flop. 7 and a 4 are both well live, whereas queens and jacks are certainly not for these other players. But a queen still comes.
Wow.
Queen high flop.
And 2 clubs for Mo.
This is going to be an interesting pot for sure. Tisch Money flopping top pair. Mo flopping top pair with the flush draw. 7-4 has some hope.
Yeah, checks around and the 7 peels off.
Mo, of course, going to lead in this spot. Top pair, flush draw. Got to feel good about your hand in this spot, but unfortunately for him, Tisch Money does have him outkicked at the moment. I imagine Tisch is also going to be proceeding with a call in this spot. Now let's see if Trolp wants to get after it. It does not, unfortunately.
Gets out of the way, and so does Chookiat. Now we have heads-up action going to a 7 of clubs.
A 7 of clubs. So Mo would have made the flush, while 7-4 would have made trips. Would have been a bad time for the People Champion's hand.
Yeah, that's right.
Mo behind on the flop in the turn, but improving on the river. I'm going to bet big now at this point. Looks like 625 going to be fired on the river. Tisch now no longer in a comfortable spot. Obviously, top pair, decent kicker, but makes a quick fold and a good fold at that.
Yeah.
Even though Mo does have the nit button, that big size is usually not going to be a bluff, especially given the previous multi-way action. Mo now also safe from the nit game, and we are now 4 ways with Vegas Viet, Tisch Money, Trolp, and ATM still holding their nit buttons.
I think him or me.
Surprised to see that Viet is still holding his nit button. I'm wondering what pot Viet's going to get involved in to try and get rid of that.
Yeah, seems like he's one that normally gets rid of it pretty early on, but out of position now. He'll be on the button next hand, so he'll have a better shot.
And
then
I'm sure y'all will see it on the cameras as it comes around, but you can also see it on the graphics up here. It's always fun whenever 3 players who still hold the nit button are right next to each other. You can see Vegas Viet, Tisch Money, and Trolp all holding nit buttons, all being neighbors to each other, meaning that there can be some raise and re-raise shenanigans close by.
And speaking of, Mo opening on the button with 4-6 after it folds around him, and Vegas Viet 3-betting the 230 ace-jack offsuit. Trying to get rid of that nit button right now.
Trolp looking at a nice hand, looking down at the Jack-9 of hearts. It's a hand he would have wanted to otherwise play, but the aggression from Vegas Viet going to pay off, and he is just going to take it down pre-flop. As I speak it, so it shall be. Viet does not hold on to the nit button for very long at all, and now we are 3 ways.
Day 2 is Monday. So Sunday's
Very well done. I like the sizing there. He goes really big. Doesn't want to play ace-jack out of position. Rather just take down the small pot and get rid of the nit button.
Yeah, ace-jack offsuit, one of those quintessential hands that does not play very well post-flop. If you flop an ace, maybe you're good, maybe you're not. Flop a jack, maybe you're good, maybe you're not. Kind of a junky ace card, so obviously good to apply aggression with it pre-flop and take down some of the dead money.
On the weekend? Oh, okay, cool.
Except for Sunday.
You can see Karmikaze in the $20 straddle having a nice glass of wine for himself. Very nice selection of wines and other beverages here at Champions Club, I must say. It would not be a stream at Champions Club without at least one person mentioning how good the food is, and I will take the opportunity to do that because I love the food here. Chef always does a fantastic job.
He's right about that.
Chef Connie definitely the star of the show here at Champions.
Every single one of my tournament experiences has gone like this.
Looking back at this action, now Tisch Money with the ace-10 of clubs looks like he's going to be electing for a 3-bet over Mo's open raise to $80. And Karmikaze now looking down at pocket queens. Big hand alert. There will be no just call from Karmikaze. A 4-bet is coming, and the question is how much.
I never play on time. Even if you
Dan, you're playing a live poker game, and you see a man with a glass of wine in one hand, cards in the other, and he reaches and 4-bets you. What's your strategy against the wine glass 4-bet?
Yeah, I mean, that's strong, right? It's like somebody 4-betting you when they're eating steak.
Exactly.
You know they
like
got a hand.
They're chopping into their filet mignon. They announce raise to 900. What do you do? It's tough.
I'm definitely folding ace-10.
I think Tisch Money is going to be in the same boat, to be honest with you. Ace-10 of clubs was already a bit of a... Well, nope, don't listen to me, guys. I don't know what I'm talking about. That is a call from Tisch Money for that 4-bet. We've got ace-10 of clubs versus pocket queens headed to a flop. Already 1,700 in the middle, potentially a big pot brewing depending on what we see on this board.
To be fair, it was a pretty small 4-bet. Tisch already had 330 out there, so pretty cheap for him to peel. And this is going to be costly now. He hits top pair.
It's a dangerous flop for Tisch. Obviously not the flop you wanted to see, but it quickly goes check on this flop.
I like the check back from Karmikaze. He has the queen of diamonds. He's got the overpair.
He does make the flush on the turn, however. Tisch Money, obviously, flop could have been disastrous for him, but the 4th diamond peeling off is going to likely kill the remaining action for this hand. Karmikaze may choose to go for some value holding the Queen of Diamonds at this point, but I imagine this pot will be over in short order. It does go check, check one more time. King of Hearts peels that off on the river, obviously changing nothing. The only possible way Tisch Money can win this hand is if he applies aggression. And we've already seen in 2 pretty big spots earlier, Tisch choosing to apply the aggression to get better hands to fold. In this spot, he does elect to check, though. Karmikaze not letting this check through anymore. Does elect to fire a wager. Doesn't go big. Goes 400. I like it. If you're up against the ace or king of diamonds, you have no desire to inflate the pot. And now Tisch with an interesting decision to choose if he wants to turn his ace-10 of clubs into a bluff.
You don't want to play like 10 big blind average stack. Right. So.
Yeah, that's the way you do it.
On these 4 to a flush boards, it's
it is complicated.
not relevant to unblock the draws because the draws are already there, right? So at this point, it would just be a play out of the books of street poker, but looks like Tisch is absolutely considering it. And I'm very curious to see what Karmikaze chooses to do if Tisch chooses to raise.
I would think Karmikaze's feeling pretty good. He's got the 3rd nuts. Highly unlikely that the king or ace of diamonds is going to check the turn as well. But
and
I've been wrong a bunch of times.
What's interesting about this spot, Dan, is since there's 4 to a flush on board, obviously, Tisch can have a lot of combinations with just the dry ace or king of diamonds. For example, if Tisch has ace-king, if he has, obviously, ace-queen, there's no queen of diamonds relevant in this spot. But very possible for Tisch to have many combinations of hands that do include at least 1 diamond. And Tisch has been thinking about this for a long time. He really wanted to fire that barrel, but ultimately decides against it, and Karmikaze is going to take down the pot with the queens.
Yeah, we'll never have to figure that out. And I think part of that decision-making there was he realized he'd thought too long about it. Once you think about something for X amount of time, you're way more likely to get called.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way. It can be a reverse timing tell, so to speak. So Tisch ultimately does elect to rid himself of his cards, but it definitely would have been a fun bluff to pull. Obviously, Karmikaze would have been in a gut-wrenching spot if Tisch decides to blast for a huge check raise on the river. It screams ace of diamonds if he does that. And at that point, it's a brutal one in a 4-bet pot for sure.
Right.
Are you the last dealer, Brandon, or are you just coming back? You can come back.
Looking back at the action, looks like ATM is going to choose to limp once again. I know towards the end of the last Nick game, ATM did quite a bit of limping to ensure he makes it into the pot. And look at this. ATM chooses to limp, Vegas Viet raising to 75, and Tisch wasting no time with a large 3-bet to 250 with the 6-5 suited.
Yeah, 6-5 suited, one of my favorite hands to 3-bet with because it fits so nicely with the 7-4. If 7-4 gets there,
but so
people
does 6-5.
think I have those cards. You know?
And you kind of do. It's just not, not the ones that they think you do. Vegas Viet choosing to open up the 5-deuce suited. Is he going to defend these cards? Hard for Vegas Viet to know that he is actually quite dominated in this situation. Usually Tisch is not going to have a 5 or a deuce in his hand when he chooses this line for a 3-bet. So Vegas Viet thinking he has live cards, but he's only live to a deuce or spades.
He does make the call, and now we have Queen Jack 4 with 2 clubs on board. Really bad flop for both of these players. Tisch is going to c-bet 200.
But you and I both know that we don't play 6-5 suited as a 3-bet because we have good intentions. Tisch going to c-bet and take down the pot with his backdoor straight and flush draw. Nice hand to Tisch. And we are once again heads up in the Nick game. ATM and Trolp are our last 2 holders of the button.
And ATM will put on the double straddle here to 20.
I like it. We need to have the straddle on. Give yourself the highest possible chance of winning the pot. Decreasing his stack size so that if he does find a way to pick up a premium, he can get all of his chips in the middle more easily. Disincentivize a player like Trolp from getting in there.
Yeah, I'm rooting for ATM. He's been running pretty bad in the Nick games. It's time for him to take one down.
I'm hoping for the same thing. Obviously, nothing against Trolp. I don't want anybody necessarily to lose more money. But would you look at this? Trolp holding the button does fold. Peels 2 junky cards. We do see a limp call from Hayden with the Queen 8 of clubs. Karmikaze also looking down at 2 napkins and returns them to the bin.
Thin range.
I'm getting fat, so I have to live on the table.
And Ty is going to open big here to 100 with 4-6 suited.
That is not going to work against ATM with a suited ace in the straddle. We're not going to fold that hand, not when we're heads up for the big game. See a quick call from ATM. I imagine Hayden may also tag along as well, given his price. And we are going to see some three-way action with ATM's knit button on the line. Looking down at Jack 10-6 with 2 diamonds. Honestly, a pretty miserable flop for most players. Ty does flop some showdown value with a 6, but nobody really having much of anything other than a pair.
Checks around, and Hayden picks up a pair of 8s and takes the lead.
And obviously, Hayden's still going to want to apply some pot control here. No reason to inflate the pot with bottom pair on such a draw-heavy board. Ty thinking the exact same thing. He is also going to check. Only way ATM wins this pot is if he decides to bluff at it. But again, board's just so wet, so dynamic. It's going to be so hard to get a bluff through 2 players. So I do not blame him at all for checking back. River 10 of diamonds. It's gone check, check, check so far. I think we will see a similar situation.
Thank you.
Yeah, checks around.
Hey.
Hayden will show the goods, take this one down, and the knit game will continue.
Good defense.
Pretty scary board overall. Jack 10, 10, 6, 8 with a completed flush. Pretty hard to find a bluff on that board. There's just so much that's gotten there, so much that's better than just a pair of 6s or a pair of 8s. So definitely don't blame anybody for electing for some pot control there.
Right.
Looking over at the chip counts and the VPIPs, Vegas Viet, 60% leading the charge here on VPIP. And if we look over at the pre-flop raise, same thing, Vegas Viet, 43%, highest frequency of aggression so far here. And now back to the winnings. Tisch Money, now the new leaderboard winner, up almost 3,200. Viet not far behind. And still a rough night for Trolp and ATM. Both players heads up in the knit game still.
Yeah, you hate to see it. The 2 players at the bottom of the board also with the knit buttons. One of them is certainly about to lose another $200.
Exactly.
That feels bad.
Yeah. Mo, Hayden, and Karmikaze all booking modest wins as well. And again, there's still a good chunk more stream to go, so these players still have time to turn their nights around. Almost an hour and a half or more to go.
For sure. And we're going to do another double board Omaha bomb pot. Trolp's got 3K in his stack, so he could win a $12,000 pot right now.
Well, if you want to get unstuck, let me tell you, double board bomb pots are certainly one way to get more stuck or get unstuck.
Right.
Out of personal experience.
I'm going to win this one.
It's a good way to generate action, for sure.
Yeah, it's tougher for the dealers, but I have complete confidence in the dealers at Champions Club, calculating the size of the pot, no problem for seasoned professionals. Now, for me on the table, on the other hand, I say pot, not knowing how big it is. In these PLO pots, I'm expecting the dealer to do that for me.
I love dealing PLO. It keeps my mind engaged. I get bored dealing Hold'em.
You have to be engaged, right?
Yeah.
Looking down at 10, 10, 6 and King 4, 5, monotone board on the bottom, King High.
If I get to pick my own hand here, I would say I would want Ace 10 of hearts.
That would be pretty strong, you'd have to say. Vegas Viet does flop the nuts, also has aces in his hand. Looking across the aisle, I only see one player with a 10. It looks like it's Ty who's going to be holding that.
Yeah, and absolutely nothing on the other board, so Vegas Viet likely to just scoop this one with a bet.
Yeah, Ty only with a dry pair of 10s, no hearts, no chance to improve on that board. Does want to peel one though, don't blame him. Knowing that a 10 is probably good, especially with so many players folding. and see if there's any possible action-generating cards on the turn. Deuce of Hearts is not going to be one of them, and Ty is officially drawing dead on that board if I've read his holding correctly, while Vegas Viet still does have 2 live outs to the ace on the other board.
That's 450.
And exactly to your point, Dan, this is kind of the problem with playing hands like just a dry 10 on one board in PLO. In Hold'em, for example, if you have a 10 on 10, 6, 10, you feel pretty good about your hand. But in PLO, especially in a split pot situation, it's hard to know where you're at unless you boat up and improve significantly.
Yeah, and especially now when a straight draw gets there, you know Ty likely has the nuts on the one board. He could easily have the nuts on the other board.
Yeah. And Vegas Viet absolutely going to be betting size of the pot here. Be shocked if he bet anything else. He has the likely nuts on one board. Unless he is against 3. No, it's not even possible because the 6 of hearts is also accounted for on top. So Vegas Viet with the stones on one board, nothing on the other board, can bet pot pretty frequently here. Ty's in a really rough spot. He's got truly nothing on the other board. He has 2 pair, Jack Deuce, which is not likely to be good on that sort of board. And he does have a single 10, so potentially removing some full houses here, but not an enviable spot for Ty, knowing he's calling for just a chop.
You know you have to use 2 cards in your hand.
Huh?
You have to use 2 cards.
2 cards?
Right? Only Ace of Hearts is not going to win, you know?
So you
Ty
like
and
the
Viet
bottom board or
laughing,
the
still
top board?
enjoying
Which
this
one?
hand. It might be a
both.
tough spot
Oh,
from the outside looking in, but Ty obviously still having a good time.
Right, you got it. What is it, 14?
1400.
It's one thing I do admire about all the players that we have regularly on our stream. They can take a loss and still have a good time.
Yeah.
You know,
bottom.
lots of
You
see lots of laughing and smiles and.
No, you got 10. I was like, man, how you not folding a?
It's one of the
It's a
things
10.
I'm working on improving in my own poker
I know.
game. Is just
I got a
enjoying
10.
it while you can.
That guy's hard at
It's
it,
tough.
man.
Doesn't-
tough at the moment.
Doesn't matter if you're losing. Just enjoy the opportunities and the blessings as they come. So, chop pot as we expected. Nice call from Ty. Obviously not an easy call, knowing that it's very possible he can be getting scooped. But good friends Ty and Viet are, so gonna make the call and we will see a split
I had
pot.
the top, you were dead. You know that, right? You ain't got shit on bottom. Oh, yeah, 2
Exactly,
on bottom. Okay.
exactly. As Viet calls it out. Nothing on bottom.
Oh yeah.
He
Well,
did have
because
2 pair. I mean,
no. Because
You
I
know,
was
it's-
complaining
that's not
about
much.
the
It's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
It's pretty rough as far as
Trying
cards
about
go.
the fact that it's yeah, that's right. Trust me, I don't want to be the small part.
Okay, I didn't straddle twice, right?
Looks like action is a little delayed on the card reader here, but it looks like Viet is picking up the action with a raise.
He checked dog, so I checked dog.
Yeah, opens with pocket 9s, makes it 55.
First time we've seen the 9s tonight. And Trolp, now looking down at King 5 suited, has had enough of this Nick game and is going to 3-bet 200. And ATM also looking down at a pocket pair. Not going to want to fold this either, I'd imagine.
But you also got.
And this is a spot, right? Because the nit tax is 200. You're going to put 200 in with a little pair to try to set mine.
If we're gonna
And
get round 2,
yeah,
let's
you're
get
just
a
putting
nice,
yourself in a
like,
spot out of position with 4s, I
moderately
think.
priced spam.
Well, speaking of spots out of position, does Vegas Viet want to elect for a 4-bet here? Obviously, he's well aware of the dynamics between ATM and Trolp. Neither of them want to fold, potentially thinking that Trolp could be doing this more light than usual, which is true in this instance. You got King 5 of diamonds, right?
I thought he
So
might.
4-bet from Vegas Viet, likely to get a lot of respect, and those do not look like calling chips in Vegas Viet's hand.
No. This is actually good wine.
You know what I mean?
This is good wine. I'm not complaining about the flavor.
To tell you the truth,
And you playing that because you are in here. If you buy it on the store, it might be like $50.
yeah,
Yeah, it
to
looks
tell
like
you the
Ray's
truth,
incoming.
I haven't had like enough expensive
I
wines.
like it.
to, have
I like it a lot.
This is for,
Obviously, with pocket 9s, standard spot at a normal table, you wouldn't necessarily want to make this hand into a 4-bet. Plays better as a call, but with these multi-way Nick game dynamics, defending against 2 players with wide ranges, let's take down the dead money right
Luckily, I'm
now.
a little bit of a life nit. That way I can just degen it out with you guys here.
ATM now.
Somewhere.
Just
I
calling.
gotta stop doing that.
And there it is, the all-in from ATM with the pocket fours.
And Vegas Viet has raised to a
Phase
size where he
fold.
basically can't fold at this point, I would say.
Exactly. With your pair of fours, you just have to hope you're flipping against
Anybody got
a
Zell?
squeeze from Ace King, Ace Jack, Ace 10, King Queen, all those sorts of hands. Unfortunately, not the case this time. Is in rough shape, but ATM rooting for a 4, both to save his stack and win the mid game.
Wait until the turn and he'll tell you what he does.
We got the tricky.
All I know is no shirt is coming off this hand.
Viet a bit famous for the no shirt plays. Ace Jack 10 as dry as you like. The deuce won't change anything.
ATM needing a 4 and a 4 alone.
And a
It's not in
5,
there.
None of that
5
there.
is close, but it's not close enough. Vegas Viet
What the
will
hell with that
scoop,
board? I'm like, I'm dead.
hold the pot. His pocket 9s.
I'll do it after.
Unfortunately, ATM is going to be
I see.
felted this hand, but is going to reload quickly. Still heads up for the Nick game.
Or 1,000.
Well, he's
wanna
just
have
running so bad on those
I was
nicknames.
like,
Yeah,
this
you
guy keeps
gotta
thinking that.
gotta feel
I'm
bad
like,
for him.
man,
I mean,
they keep messing
looks
with
like
me,
a
boy.
stereotypical
like
squeeze
his hand,
spot
but
from
he said, "Watch
Viet.
your hand."
Gotta take your chances
You
against
got a
a
lot of kids
capable
to
player
feed.
like that, but just not going his way this time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate
It
it.
takes a village.
I was hoping you had.
You would have
At
won.
least you got, man. At least you got heart, man.
Drop,
Keep
you would've
doing
won.
it.
What's that?
You would have won.
No.
No?
No. No. I had King 5.
Hey, yeah.
180 for 35.
It was suited though. Had options.
King 5?
Oh yeah.
That's a good hand.
It's not bad.
5 folds.
You know, that's like
The 9s have been passed from one seat to another. Mo going to be raising pocket 9s from the +1 position now.
It's working out real well.
ATM going to defend his big blind with the 5-3 offsuit. We are heads up to a flop.
I'm sure that was
Flop
what he
leg.
had. That's
Flop leg. Flop leg.
No luck for ATM. Mo's 9 still in the lead, but it's going to go check with 2 overcards on the board, and now a 3rd overcard comes.
Interesting. ATM doesn't seem to have any interest in turning his hand into a bluff in this spot. Doesn't think Mo's going to fold any of his overcards, and he's probably right about that if Mo connected with that board. So it's a good pickup for Mo. Still searching for life in this Nick game from ATM.
Live 10 from C1. Live 20 from C2.
Double straddle back on. 5, 5, 10, 20.
Deceptive game this one is. You think you're hopping in to play a 5-5 stream, but you got to know what that means whenever you're walking in the door. Straddles and double straddles going to be flowing the entire night. We'll see if the uncapped straddle kicks into effect pretty soon here.
Call 60.
Yeah, I think we're getting pretty close to that final hour.
7 call 60.
May actually be in it already.
8 call 60. 9 call.
Not positive about that, but
In any case, Trolp opening this one to 60.
16-5
He's
one time.
got the
Already
knit button,
skull.
trying to get rid of it. Queen 8 suited, but unfortunately for him, it's going to go 5 ways to the flop, including ATM.
and even though it's going 5 ways to a flop, at least the saving grace for Trolp is that he does have ATM's kicker crushed and does indeed flop the best of it. Flops an 8. No heart in hand for anyone except for Karmikaze holding the King of Hearts here. Trolp looking to bet to deny some equity from a heart. Karmikaze will not be folding the King of Hearts defense.
Yeah, very small bet, $30 into over 300.
Oh,
and a quick call from Karmikaze, but it does narrow the field down to heads up. And Trolp now in great shape.
3 of diamonds is a fantastic card for him, and now Karmikaze understands very well. He's drawing pretty much only to this King of Hearts in his mind. He may have to think King to 9 would be good for him in this instance, and for the people, Karmikaze going to defend. But the knit game will be over unless Karmikaze can turn his hand into a bluff. Trolp with the check mark for the first time in this knit game. Trolp does elect to check.
So you're saying he's contributed to the college funds?
Oh, Ty, he takes some too. He don't just give, man.
Karmikaze has checked, and Trolp is going to take down the knit game. Like we said, got a feel for ATM. That is the third knit game in a row. Just an exceptionally unfortunate run of cards for him.
Just throw it in.
That's a record. That has to be.
That's
That's just lost again? Oh, what the?
3 in a row. It has to be the record.
Unfortunate needle from Vegas Viet.
The record has been Joe was
here.
Joe, my friend Joe. He was here, like, we're playing,
your friend Joe?
Yeah, my friend Joe.
6,000.
He lost every single one of them.
I was telling them at the lodge, you can't play the
Thanks for
guild you're
reminding
in,
me,
so
Joe.
you see what you have, but they won't let you play. Like, you have to fold your hand. It was my first time playing on the stream. Lost 2 in a row there. Pretty painful.
Brutal.
At least you get a chance to get it back.
That's true.
Cream, I thought you were going to stab with like the ace there.
I didn't think you would fold.
I wasn't.
Yeah.
I'm not in the mood anymore.
Yeah. No.
I ended about an hour and a half ago.
Very fun game, but obviously tough to not take it down 3 times in a row. That's a $600 penalty over the course of the night.
So like
Yeah,
if you
frustrating.
lose, right? Like right now, he would put in 200, and then he would get dealt in so he could see what he has. But then they muck his
Looking
hand.
down
He
at
can't
some
participate.
cards. ATM
And
finding
I did it
himself with
twice.
another
And it was my first time
low
playing, so of
pocket
course they're all
pair
like, wow, who's
in
this
these
kid?
situations. Is going to make the call. Back over to Vegas Viet now, looking down at the Queen Jack offsuit. Definitely a hand that he can squeeze with. And Vegas Viet is not afraid to put on the pressure. That is a big squeeze at that. Going to raise it to $330 over all of that debt money. Now Trolp's got an interesting spot here, Dan, with the pocket sixes. Sixes obviously can be a good hand a lot of the time, unless this is one of those rare situations where Viet has an overpair, and Trolp is going to fold.
I was thinking the same thing about ATM. He's on the button with the 3s, and he might just be getting frustrated enough to just go ahead and jam it in with, with the 3s.
And I don't think Vegas Viet is going to fold. Maybe he will. It could be a large jam, but
he goes with just a call here with the draggers.
ATM electing to make the call. Obviously, the only difficult part about this situation is he is turning his hand into a set mine situation. Pocket 3 is going to hate a lot of flops.
Yeah, almost all of them.
That's not the worst flop for Pocket 3s. No overcards in Broadway. Showing no ace, king, queen, jack, or 10.
1375.
$13.75.
2 bets, 1375.
Viet asking what his opponent has to work with and putting it in the middle.
Yeah, taking the option away from ATM. If he checks, ATM's probably going to bet. So just go ahead and take all your guesswork out of it.
Let's see if ATM can find a call. Very difficult with just a pair of 3s. 4th pair, and unfortunately will relinquish those cards. The merciless aggression continues.
It would have worked.
Vegas Viet scooping in another pot. Likely to now be our big winner, given the stack sizes, I think.
Yeah.
It would have worked.
If not, very close. Both him and Tisch Money having a great night.
Well, that's very frustrating night for ATM. I mean, obviously, the Nick game has been on for the majority of the night. That means he hasn't won a hand for the majority of the night.
Exactly.
Not just the Nick games. It's just he hasn't won any pots.
There have been a couple of instances between dealer changes where we've had no Nick game, but even in those spots, ATM not finding the premiums, not finding favorable situations, having to defend his knit button. It's just been a difficult combination.
I didn't want to propose it, but yeah.
From ATM there as Vegas Viet suggests Nick game. If anyone has the right to oppose now, I would have to assume it is ATM. But we'll see.
I gotta go for the record.
We've all had sessions like this, though, where it just seems like you can't win a pot
You either
the
break
whole
the streak
night.
or break the record.
Yeah.
Looking down at some pre-flop
Yeah,
action, we've got a raise with Ace-Jack offsuit and 2 defends from Queen-Jack suited and Queen-3 suited.
I am not hitting
Going 3 ways to a flop,
anything.
which comes down Ace-High. It looks like there's
I needed
a
that flop.
pre-muck from someone. I saw cards hit the felt quite quickly.
Yeah.
I think Tisch Money open mucked. I could be wrong about that.
Getting out of the way.
Knows his hand is not going to be good. Hayden with the best of it still. Ace of diamonds, Jack of hearts. Trolp only with a pair of 3s. Hayden is going to continue to fire. Chooses to go medium sizing, close to half pot here. Trolp is a bit handcuffed with this queen 3, unless he thinks his bottom pair is good, but even then, tough spot to play.
Yeah. You know you're likely to face another bet on the river, play out of position with such a weak holding.
If you can't withstand a second barrel, even if you think your hand is good right now, it's good to let go. So it's a wise fold. Behind in this instance as well anyways, but... Looks like we do have, unless I'm mistaken, might be a dealer change.
Dealer change or a deck change, one or the other.
One of the two, yeah.
Have that occasionally. These RFID cards are actually pretty fragile, and it's pretty easy to have one stop working mid-game, especially the way poker players typically like to peel their cards on the corner, and that's one of the more fragile places for these RFID cards. It's essentially a liquid metal ink in between two sheets of plastic, so pretty easy to break that chip inside there and lose the ability for the readers to work.
I don't see any knit game active right now, and given the amount of time left on stream, we may not see another knit game for the remainder of time unless they start it pretty soon here. But again, don't blame ATM for not choosing to restart the knit game. Been a rough run so far tonight.
Unraised pot here goes 3 ways. Hayden in the lead with ace-9 pre-flop, and it remains the best hand on a jack-high board.
Get it. There you go.
Looks like ATM's going to bet. He raises his hands to the sky. He's won a pot.
Got one.
Got one through. Got to feel good. Takes a stab. Takes the pot.
Even your 9 was good.
That's the best I've seen. Got shot.
7,095.
Streaky game poker is. It comes in spades of winning and spades of losses, but obviously ATM doing a good job of handling himself, staying competitive.
Got bullets for Dallas.
Yeah, you still got some stream to go, so rooting for him to make a comeback on here for sure.
Contribute to that college fund.
Hard to do one more.
8 and 9 fold.
College is expensive.
Folding around to the button of Vegas Viet. Going to open to 40 with Jack 8. And Trolp now looking down at a premium in the big blind. Ace-Queen offsuit.
4 raised to 1.
Opens, or 3-bet rather, to 150.
Vegas Viet has not folded a single time that he has been 3-bet tonight.
Not one to throw a rock and run.
Trend will not change. Will flop the best of it on a jack-high flop, Jack 9-5. Trolp electing to check it. I like this check back from Vegas Viet. Potentially be a bit trappy with your hand. Trolp knowing that a Jack 9 high board is going to connect much better with Viet than with himself. Obviously, Trolp can still have some quite strong hands, but Viet can have plenty of strong hands and strong draws, which Trolp does not have any removal for.
3 bets, 275.
Viet now electing to take control of the pot, and it's not a small bet. 275, close to the size of the pot. Trolp is not going to be able to fish with his ace high with that price very often, but definitely still can make the call if he chooses to.
Decides to get out of the way, and Viet will take this one down.
Was the 20 going all the way before I left? Because I'll post 10 dead and 20 like missed blind.
It's not required.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, it's not required.
Thank you very much.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You're good, bro. Show off.
It's not required, but it's encouraged. Alright.
Because of graphics control.
Oh, okay. Alright, fair enough.
Graphics. Yeah, true.
Ha.
Don't want to fuck up those graphics.
Exactly as I planned. Hustle.
Don't want to fuck those up.
7 folds. Live 10 seat 6.
$10 straddle is on.
It's better to be deeper anyway.
1 folds.
Action folding around, and
play short stack.
Yeah.
Vegas Viet opening another one, this
So we
time
can
with...
finally get an edge
Oh,
on
sorry,
it.
Mo raising this one up with 9-5 suited. Thought I saw him fold, but Vegas Viet making a quick call with the deuces, and 3-bet incoming now from Tisch. Money on the button.
I feel what Mo's doing here. Has the 9-5 suited. Hasn't necessarily had the strongest range of hands pre-flop, so is going to elect to raise a bit wide, but
Yeah, I had a feeling that was a graphic error. I thought I saw Mo throw his hand away. That was Vegas Viet opening with the deuces.
Okay, gotcha.
Tisch money, 3-betting with 4-3 and flopping the best of it.
All right, very nice. But looking down at Viet's hand, I mean, I'm not sure if he's going to be folding on this flop. 9-10 of diamonds, 4 of clubs. Deuces could still be the best hand sometimes. Lots of draws potentially available on this board. Viet is not going to fold for that price. He's going to make the call. 10 of hearts is a good card for the deuces, obviously. Less likely that your opponent has a 10. So if Tisch does have a hand like ace high, king high, queen high, it's going to be good for Vegas Viet. In this case, he is unfortunately crushed. The king on the river. Vegas Viet cannot win this pot with his pair of deuces. Don't think Tisch is going to turn his hand into a bluff.
Doesn't need to. Turns out.
Oh.
Oh.
That's the best.
Nice action in that pot. Deuces versus 3-4 suited. Can't accuse these players of being nits either of them.
No nit game needed when there's a 3-bet with the best hand happens to be deuces and then gets sucked out on by 3-4.
Nit game not necessary.
Sleeper in effect, live 10 from seed 8.
Hoping for one more big pot before the end of the stream. Obviously, the cards don't always line up that way, but it's fun to see these big spots play out on stream for sure.
Yeah, everybody likes that. A big clash.
And ATM, the 2 best cards he has seen all night by quite some margin. We have ace-king offsuit. Vegas Viet raising the queen 10 of clubs, Karmikaze making the call, and ATM electing to 3-bet to 150.
Clubs are cheap. Everybody with at least one club in their hand.
You'd be a fool to think that Viet is holding for that price. He makes the call. Karmikaze is looking like he's doing much the same. A lot of clubs accounted for in this hand, but ace high is still the best of it right now. Ace king high.
Always gotta flame.
7-4 gets there.
Good
Gut
game.
shot for ace tray.
A good game, well played. 7-4, crushing the flop. Vegas Viet having all the 7-4s in his range.
150.
Karmikaze leading out with the gut shot.
I like it. It's an interesting play, and I like that he's turning his hand into this sort of bluff. He just called Vegas Viet's raise pre-flop, also called the 3-bet pre-flop. He's much more likely to have these kind of low-ish cards, this connected board. So smart bet from Karmikaze, turning his gut shot into a bluff and takes the pot down.
10?
We all
Oh.
Oops. Live 10 from seed 8.
20.
Live 20 from seed 9.
Yeah, I want him to see what he didn't have.
Mo looking down at a pair of ducks, but elects to release with the straddles on.
Well, he saw what happened last time when the 3-4 sucked out. I mean,
Vegas Viet, however, will be doing no such folding. Raises it up to 55 with the ace-jack offsuit.
Hayden making the call from the dealer button with 9-10 suited. Ty would have raised with 5-6 of diamonds, but he's away from the table.
Yeah, that's a pure 3-bet in the tie range for sure. No just calling. We're going to be raising there every time. Good flop for the fake 5-6, but looking at this board, nothing really significant for anyone except for a flush draw for Hayden. I think it does make sense to turn our hand into a semi-bluff at this point. And it does work. Takes it down.
Fires 100 and no contest.
10.
Live 10 from seed 9.
Nope.
Just in time, kiddo.
Folds to Tisch money. Under the gun +3. Looking down at ace king and raising it up to 30. Ty gets back to the table just in time to look down at his little suited connector in the small blind.
Very loud slurping noise over there. I'm sure whoever that was enjoying their drink quite a lot.
I'll just dial that down a bit. Ty, 3-betting as predicted.
Ty returns, sees 2 suited connected cards, and there will be no passive play from either player in this instance.
4-bet incoming from Tisch money, 3 1/4 with the ace king. Both of these players playing really deep.
And I know for a fact Ty is a very well-studied player. I think 4-5 of diamonds is a 100% defend according to theory in this spot. It's a hand that is almost always live against a 4-bet. Low flops are going to be better for you, and exactly on cue, Ty flopping a pair of 5s and has the best hand at the moment.
And as expected, you're going to see a C-bet from Tisch money after Ty checks. Goes with a pretty small sizing, 225.
Yeah.
Very quick C-bet from Tisch. Tisch understanding obviously very thoroughly. He's going to be C-betting his entire range in these 4-bet pots. No chance that Ty's going to be folding a pair given that he played this hand pre-flop. And now onto the 6 of spades on the turn. Ty's hand improves, now has an open-ended straight draw. Tisch still sitting with just ace high, and it's going to go check, check quite quickly, but the ace of diamonds on the river is going to bail Tisch out of this pot. Worst card in the deck for Ty, unfortunately. Regardless of if any more chips are put in this pot, a well-played pot by both players. Both players did exactly what they were supposed to, and unfortunately for Ty, Tisch money with the best of it at the end.
Tisch is going to give this a lot of thought here to think about sizing, but it's not going to matter. I think Ty's going to get out of the way here. This is obviously a card that Tisch was waiting for.
Hard to get value in this spot when you're Tisch money. Ty obviously with one of those hands that you're defending pre-flop from the 4-bet range, knowing you can flop very well, potentially make some moves on these low boards, but Ty also well aware that Tisch money is not going to have a huge amount of bluffs on this river. Possible to have some, certainly, but a pair of 5s not likely to be the best hand in a lot of situations. But Ty is a thinking player, going to think about all of his options in this spot before making a quick decision.
Could try to represent 7-4 here, but I think Tisch money is going to call.
That's right, 7-4 gets there. We didn't even call it out on the turn. What kind of commentator am I? Ty does ultimately relinquish the second best hand. Good river for Tisch money. Well played pot by both players, and Tisch going to be dragging in another one. Extending his lead on the leaderboards for tonight. The 2-seat and the 3-seat sitting pretty tonight so far. Tisch and Vegas Viet. For Tisch, it's interesting because had he chosen either not to run it twice or just gotten a slightly better run out, Tisch would be up piles even more than he currently is with that chopped pot with pocket kings.
That's right.
Interesting ones, I will say.
Definitely a good night for both players over there. Other end of the table not seeing nearly as much fortune.
Damn it, damn my woke.
But in the case of a player like Vegas Viet, fortune favors the bold.
Folding around to the button this time, Ty opening to 60 with Queen 10. Mo's going to defend the straddle with King 8.
And the bold makes the call. Vegas Viet with the 8-4 offsuit. Not one to relinquish his straddle for such a value price.
And flopping pretty good here. Catches middle pair.
Not going to be good for him in this situation if he decides to extend the amount of money in this pot. Mo currently with the best of it. Vegas Viet, though, always finds a way. 8-4 on the turn. top and bottom pair for Vegas Viet. Mo now going to take a stab with his top pair, but that's going to be no good against Vegas Viet's turn 2 pair. And the interesting thing about this pot is if Vegas Viet does not elect to raise, I imagine Ty is going to be coming along too with a gut shot straight draw to the nuts. Jack will give Ty the best possible hand. He may also believe that a queen or a 10 is also live outs for him.
And we know 7 is also a live out for him.
Precisely. 7 will also work out in his favor. Double gut shot straight draw for Ty will not be making the fold here. Heads up to a river we go. 3 of diamonds does not change anything, and Vegas Viet's 2 pair still the best hand. Mo getting looked up in 2 spots, wisely going to check. I was going to say it's a likely spot to check. Vegas Viet now with the green light to potentially go for some value. It's a very connected board, but I think Viet is not going to shy away from trying to get value with his 2 pair here. And even though Mo does have second pair on this board here, I don't imagine he's interested in calling such a polar bet from Vegas Viet with just 1 pair, but I could be wrong. And he does make the call. Vegas Viet is going to win with his 2 pairs, 8 and 4. Wow. And just like that, add another 1,000 to the stack of Vegas Viet.
8-4. 8-4.
Premiums. Yeah, can I get your autograph after this?
How much time is left? How much time is left?
A little over an hour.
Over an hour?
About an hour.
A lot can happen in an hour, guys.
They say a lot can happen.
And a lot can and does happen in an hour.
I've seen it.
I've seen quite a lot happen in an hour on a poker stream.
Thank
You
God.
can go up piles to stuck piles if you get in the wrong situation, and you go from stuck piles to up
You hate
piles.
to see that.
That's
You
part
hate
of
to
the
see it.
appeal of the game for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And we had our honorary Matt here. Yeah. Holding it up.
Ty's got the 8-4 notched. He's going to raise it up to 49-4.
I think I'm behind in the
Viet. He
Matt
says
side.
it's my turn, but unfortunately for Ty, pocket queens for Chookiat in the small blind.
This might be unfortunate for Chookiat the way things have been going tonight. But he's going to raise it big.
I said that 5-4 suited was a pure defend in theory.
Man,
Don't think 9-4 suited is going to be in the same camp. But
do it louder.
Ty does know that he could have 2 live cards again, in case he's against Ace King or anything of that sort, and does elect to make the call.
Yeah, he's in position. He's got a 4. Those are key cards.
Got a 4. 4s are always live. They are certainly not live on this board. Chookiat flopping top set. Not only is this board good for his actual hand, absolutely annihilates his range. All combos of ace, king, queens, jacks, 10s. The only thing Ty has to think about now is he does have an open-ended straight draw. So see if he does decide to chase, but wise decision. Ty chooses to relinquish.
Good fold.
Net game? Pass him out.
No.
Knit game, pass him out, announced from ATM.
Yeah, he's ready.
He is ready to go. We're not losing
Back to the
4 knit
20.
games in a row. Nobody takes down Mr. ATM 4
Does
times.
not matter to me.
Rooting for him hard in this knit game.
I like playing deep versus these tournament guys, to be honest, but it's okay to me.
So we're doing the 20 on net game.
We're going for the rest of the night?
Unlimited straddles now.
Unlimited straddle, dang.
Do not say that out loud.
Last hour of the
I've been
stream means
drinking.
unlimited straddles.
Unlimited straddles,
How many
1 more
straddles
knit
before
game.
you-
What could possibly go wrong? Absolutely nothing.
No.
I'm here for it. The players are here for it. Audience is here for it. Let's see some action.
He's like, tell those guys, unlimited straddle.
We need more shenanigans.
Damn, Eddie.
More shenanigans.
Karmikaze is prepared to deploy the triple limp raise strategy once again.
Please.
Choosing to limp with the 9-10 offsuit. ATM also going to be limping. And Chookiat once again picking up a premium with the ace-jack offsuit, going to be raising it. I know the graphics say that Chookiat is in the cutoff, but I'm fairly certain he's holding the dealer button. He most certainly is, since he was in the small blind last hand, so he's on the dealer button now. Slight issue on the graphics.
Somebody does.
Same thing?
Yes, please.
Anyone else?
You should tell her what the call noise is.
Yeah.
Next time.
Man,
Going 3 ways to a flop of Queen 10-4. Karmikaze going to improve
like
on this board. Quickly checks around to another queen on the turn. Best hand is still best. Karmikaze going to elect to proceed with some pot control. I imagine Chookiat going to do much the same with a check back. 5 of diamonds on the river does not change the lead. Karmikaze might bet for value on this board, knowing that either of his opponents, if they were holding a queen, would have wagered at least one time. He does throw out a bet and should receive 2 quick fulls. Quite a large bet from Karmikaze at that. Goes pretty massive, 450.
Chookiat giving it a little thought, but does get out of the way, and Karmikaze now safe in the knit game.
Nice one.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
And I don't for you. Yo.
As I pointed out before,
Joe.
sometimes I have it.
Thank you very much.
That
Joe.
was a mediocre limp.
3,000? Sorry, I got 8 off you. 5, 2, 6.
No. You don't need to play these. Take them.
No, take some of that off.
I'm too stuck for now.
Can I get a seat change button?
Please. You can't. I'll do it now.
No? Okay.
I'll do it now.
You want to swap?
Live 10, live 20. 6 calls 20. 7 folds. 8 calls 20, 9 folds.
Another hand, another limp,
You know how
an
near
early
you are.
position from Karmikaze. Going to limp the queen jack suited, as will ATM.
3 calls 20.
Pulls over to Tisch Money, who also makes the call from the big blind with the ace-8. A defend from Trolp, and Hayden will check his
Somebody made a
option
mistake.
with the Octo Crab.
Alrighty.
That's one of my favorite junky poker hands, is the A3 offsuit. My friends call it the Octo Crab.
Yeah.
The 8 and the 3. Octo Crab, unfortunately destroyed in this spot. Our big winner, Vegas Viet, will not be losing this pot. Flops a 9 on 993.
Checks all the way around, and now an ace for Tisch Money.
Could be bad news. 2 big stacks potentially going to clash, but it is
Checks
once
around
again.
again.
It is once again going to check through. I don't think it's going to check through this time. Vegas Viet is going to wager. Tisch Money perhaps going to call.
Oh, he did check.
Vegas Viet with another check. Very trappy. Wants someone with an ace or a king to value on themselves. I like this play again from Viet. Very savvy player, looking to get as much value as possible.
And Tisch going really small here, 40 bucks.
Look at Hayden. He's considering making the call as well with just his pair of trays. Or is he? That is
turning
not.
his hand into a bluff.
That is not a call. That is a raise to 200, exactly as Vegas Viet drew it up. Vegas Viet with the absolute nuts in a limped pot, full house, 9's full of kings.
$750.
2 raises to 750.
And a quick, large raise from Vegas Viet. Tisch Money will likely not be calling this with just an ace and an 8. And neither will Hayden.
Take it.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
Has played. There's no ace kings out there.
Tisch
could
is
call
asking
just to see if it was if he's going to chop. You know,
Yeah,
but
Tisch is asking himself, is it ever possible that Vegas Viet is checking a 9? The answer is yes, because Vegas Viet does not just have a 9. That's a full house.
God, dude! Oh my
You can
God!
tell Tisch wanted to put some chips in that pot.
He
but
really did.
Glad that he did not.
When can I be like this?
One man flopped like this yesterday.
For those of you in chat who do predictions pre-stream, those who bet on Vegas Viet are doing quite well for themselves. Less than an hour to go on Vegas Viet with a commanding lead
Good
on
thing I didn't pull the
the
trigger, dude.
Yeah, you're
stack and winnings so far for this stream.
You're gonna be about like Ethan bluffing the Caleb.
First
Calling
triple
out.
straddle of the night.
Here we go.
40 live.
You know
Not
that
gonna-
players like
no.
Ty and Viet are not afraid to put the straddles on.
Never just calling.
What is that, straddle?
Live 10.
Pulls over to Vegas Viet on the button. Looks down at one ace. One ace, pretty good. We're going to make a raise. 150 to go.
6 folds.
And that's why we don't just call marginal hands.
And folds all the way around to Ty's straddle, and he's got the nuts.
I was going to say the exact same thing. You read my mind. 7-4, not folding.
Outside of stream, the hands.
Here we go. We're going to see if we can find a 4-high flop. Unfortunately, we don't.
Everybody knows the stream is a parallel.
We just have to
Ty with the only diamond in his hand.
the viewer.
Vegas Viet quickly checking this board back, knowing the board is not great for him necessarily. And I feel like this opens the door for Ty, but Ty does not choose to take the spot. Will pass and check.
It's all making sense.
Wow, so I play King 5. Queen 8.
And now Ty, knowing the only way he's going to win this pot is by bluffing at it. He's got 7-4 in a dream, as have many players at Champions Poker before.
I'm going to 4-bet Jack 7 off if I got to pay for it.
250.
And I think we are going to dream $250 fired into the middle. Vegas Viet sitting with only ace high. The good news for Viet is this bet is not too large compared to the size of the pot, sitting with ace high. But as well, all the draws have missed, but Viet choosing not to take his spot.
7-4 gets there.
And Ty going to take it down with 7-4. Best possible way to relinquish the nit button with 7-4.
Did it for Dan.
Thank you, Dan. Tell me to play the 7-4. Every time I don't play it, they
can't help yourself.
They keep berating me for not playing 7-4.
Rating.
Whatever you guys are charging me is worth watching you two go at it.
Yeah. I do love the 7-4.
But there's
Thank you,
still
Ty.
like a late night menu?
Yeah.
Ty shouting out
I might order something actually.
everyone's favorite hand on the stream.
The one thing that they have all night is the charcuterie board.
That's
pretty fire.
It's pretty nice charcuterie
Folds
board.
around
I mean, for the price
to Vegas Viet, looking down at two cards that are close to each other. It is a raise to 55.
What's the special right now? It's the fried chicken or?
6 calls 55.
I hope it's a chicken fried chicken. That's good.
I had that yesterday. It was good.
7 calls 55. 3 players.
Karmikaze and Ty both elect to make the call. And we have some hands going to a flop in which Karmikaze does slot the best of it, pair of 10s, but it is going to quickly check through to the turn. And on that turn,
75.
Vegas Viet does still have a straight draw on this board now, and 8 will give him the best hand. Does decide to call with his pair and straight draw. Jack of diamonds will not do it though.
Pretty wet board texture. Backdoor diamonds get there. But Karmikaze doesn't seem phased. He's going to fire out.
And I like it from Karmikaze. I like a bet a lot in this spot. Knows that there will be some rare instances where his 10 will not be good, but the last thing you want to do is check to a player like Vegas Viet and let him blast you off the pot. So good to take control of the pot right there. Keep control with about a quarter pot bet and take the hand down.
Eddie wants you to know it's allowed. Just so you guys know.
Wrong stream, Ty. Wrong stream.
No, Viet would do it.
I'm up, baby.
Cash him out.
So you do it when you're stuck?
No, post stream then.
You do it when you're
I actually don't think he's folded a hand in the last hour and a half, but he's up.
Folds to Ty, or sorry, to Viet rather, raising to 55 with Jack 9.
No, pre-flop on
This has been Viet's standard raise size over these
and in his defense,
straddle configurations.
That's true.
And neither Karma nor Ty needing to relinquish their nit button, but Ty with a relatively strong hand with the A7 suited is going to elect to 3-bet in this spot.
Chookiat now feeling good about getting rid of King Jack offsuit in under the gun. Tough hand to navigate with how much action has been going on at this table.
Vegas Viet and Ty are putting on a show, both for us and for the other players at the table. These two have continued to battle tonight. Viet has raised and will not fold.
This is good.
I told you, bro. We literally pay rate just to watch them play. It's great.
Gut shot for Ty. Best hand getting a little bit better. Ace high still good.
But in these spots with Ty's exact hand, even though he does have a gut shot, you don't really want to inflate the pot on these low 6-high boards Especially knowing the range, I'm sure by this point Ty is well aware of the type of hands that Viet is defending. This board is going to be pretty good for Vegas Viet, not so good for Ty. And now facing a bet of 225. With a gut shot, you can potentially peel one card off. You've got an ace, which Ty will choose to do. But again, it's a difficult spot against an aggressive player like Vegas Viet out of position.
Almost 1,000 in the pot now.
Heading on over to the turn, Queen of Clubs introduces a flush draw. Doesn't change anything very much in regards to what hands are still going to be the strongest on this board. And given the action pre and now post flop, Vegas Viet does have an airball bluff and does not improve on the turn, but Vegas Viet is not necessarily just playing his 2 cards. He's playing his range, and he's well aware that 6-4-3 going to be a good board for him. I expect another bet, and there it is.
$400 is the number. Now Ty back under pressure. Still has the best hand currently, but probably not feeling great about it.
Still makes the call, though. Is aware that he does have a gut shot, which he thinks could be good. Knows there are a lot of draws on this board, which Vegas Viet could potentially have. River does brick out. The brickiest card in the deck, deuce of diamonds now. And for Vegas Viet, you have to think, will he find the triple barrel in this spot purely as a range bluff? Knows that this board is fantastic for him. Knows that Ty does not necessarily have to have a strong hand here. Obviously, very savvy player Ty for even finding these 2 calls. I feel like many players would have just given up on the turn facing that aggression from Vegas Viet. But Vegas Viet does not clock into streams to not bluff and not put his chips in the middle. Fires a large bet, 1675, size of the pot. And now Ty with just a pure stone bluff catcher.
What a spot.
Very impressive spot from both players. Both are playing above the belt right now. A lot of players, again, would have not fired these bluffs or not found these calls on the flop or turn facing aggression. But players of the quality of Ty and Vegas Viet, cash and tournament crushers, currently going to battle in the streets, and we will see if Ty can find this superhero call in this spot. As far as cards to have, 7 of Hearts is not ideal. Obviously, it is just a hero call with ace high. 7 of Hearts removes the flopped straight that Vegas Viet could have had. But he does not have removal to any of the draws, so that is a good thing. He has no spades, no clubs in his hand. Spades and clubs both bricked. And with the pot size bet on the river, Vegas Viet is saying he has a very strong hand or he has absolutely nothing. It's not a value sizing that Vegas is taking on the river.
Yeah, so, I'm so impressed that he's even thinking this long about calling with just ace high here.
And Ty, very capable player, knows that this is either a bluff or a very, very powerful combination of cards. But does make the fold. Vegas Viet not going to show his cards. Oh.
That is the worst thing you can hear.
Want to see it?
Viet getting another nice bluff through, taking down another large pot.
The hell? Good fold.
I want to hear what he lies and says he had.
Aces.
For me.
Vegas Viet famously has never told the truth about his holdings when they ask what he has, even though you get to see it later.
Totally fine. I like the style. Tough spot for Ty, but impressive to even think about it for that long. These are tough players to play against, let me tell you. From both experience and from the booth, it's hard to pull moves on these guys.
Right.
5 raises to 80.
I'm going more with a busted.
Folds around to the dealer button. Hayden opening this one to 80 with King 9.
6 calls 80.
Karmikaze going nowhere from the small blind with Queen Jack. Just calling. Chookiat finally finding a giant hand here. 7-4 suited.
That's a call me with ace high.
Chookiat does elect to make the call. Totally understand if he 3-bets here, but chooses to pass on the spot. And 7-4 improves to a straight draw on the flop.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got to love hearing that.
Very good flop for 7-4 indeed. Queen Jack, flop. 7-4 with the backdoor flush draw. It's just King High and Queen High.
Gloves just went down
Ace of Hearts now on the turn.
It's like, shit, you weren't supposed to say that. I folded the ace of spades. No, I'm just kidding.
Chookiat now going to stab with the best hand.
I had the ace of spades.
7-4.
Ace relatively small here. Bets 80.
But I mean, what are you supposed to do as someone with King High? Karma going to make the call with just Queen High, which is also impressive. I don't know why it's no longer Queen High on the river. Jack of Spades delivers the check mark to Karmikaze.
Interesting.
No draw.
There's no bet here now.
This is a raw dog ace high.
Unfortunately for Chookiat, if he does decide to turn his hand into a bluff, Karmikaze has caught the best possible river for himself. Unlikely that Chookiat necessarily has an ace. He checked back on the flop. But Chookiat going to rep it. He's going to rep big. He's going polar with the 7-4. Overbetting the pot. Karmikaze quickly reaching for chips, though, exactly as we thought. He is going to find the call.
Even you believe I got it.
I don't really believe you got it.
Yeah, bad river card for Chookiat. I think almost any other card he wins the pot right there.
Exactly. I know you call it queen. Karmikaze's not even going to think about it with Queen High. But Jack is not the good card that you wanted to see. Unlikely that Chookiat's going to be holding an ace as played, given the action pre and post flop. So good, quick call from Karmikaze, understanding his opponent is repping exactly an ace or a bluff.
I ain't letting these tournament players just play short stack.
Of course, the hand is much easier if you 3-bet with 7-4 there. Bet flop, get called one time by a speculative hand, blast the turn, take down the pot.
40 live straddle is on.
3 folds, 4 folds, 5 folds. Confirmed. 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds.
Folding all the way around.
9 folds.
It's going to be straddle versus straddle. Mo with big lick making the call. And Vegas Viet with big slick making a huge raise.
Big lick versus big slick, not a fair fight. Never could be. Limping in a what's essentially a blind versus blind situation for Mo.
So get back that Queen 9 money.
No chance
Great
he can
spot to just
make
rip
the call
it.
there. Vegas Viet going to take down another small pot.
Almost?
No, this is where you say too greedy. Too greedy.
You would have got
200 was too much. You raised 200.
I feel like those blind versus blind spots, or effectively blind versus blind spots, are so interesting. As someone who plays quite a bit of tournaments, I appreciate those little spots, but unfortunately, playing against a player like Viet, who is quite accomplished in tournaments, I don't think I'd necessarily want to play blind versus blind against him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's all good.
He's definitely got a lot more shorthand experience than I'll ever get.
If you put me blind versus blind against Viet or Ty, I don't like my chances. Neither
What do they
should
got to
most.
say?
Hayden opening.
Nothing nice. It never
the
is.
hijack with 4-5 suited. We've seen this hand raising it up earlier in this tournament.
Ty choosing to make the call in position with this ace-deuce of diamonds. Mo going to do the same from the straddle with the ace-7 of hearts. Vegas Viet in the double straddle wakes up with 2 cards and will call.
Might be seeing a little bit of player profile respect here, as I think there might have been a 3-bet from Ty if it had been a different person raising.
Right, yeah. And Ty has obviously been playing a lot of these hands very aggressively post-flop, or pre-flop rather, with the suited connectors, but seeing the raise coming out of Hayden's position, elects not to do that.
And everybody connecting to this board.
Very interesting spot now. Hayden connecting, of course, ace-high board, good for his range, decent for his actual hand as well with the gut shot straight draw. Ty connecting with top pair, Mo connecting with a better top pair, and Viet holding a 5. Mo elects to make the call, and Viet relinquishes his pair of 5s, knows that's no good against these ranges. Wise fold. Heading off to a turn, which is the 6 of diamonds, actually gives Mo even more life. Already had the best hand currently, but now a 4 will give Mo a straight. Very unfortunate turn for Ty, as Ty's hand is now officially drawing dead. A 4 no longer gives Ty a straight that would win the pot.
Yeah, and Hayden improving to an open-ender here. But Mo, as you said, dominating.
Hayden not live to a 4, now needs to hit a 7 or a deuce.
5 would do the trick as well, but
yeah. Still got a couple of outs, checks to Ty, but I don't know if Ty's going to find a bet in this spot. I think he knows his hand may not be good. Ty indeed does find the check back. And we head off to the river, which is the 9 of spades. Doesn't change anyone's hand strength. Mo with the best of it on the flop, and will have the best of it on the river.
Front door spades get there. Hayden may try to turn his hand into a bluff. Nope, he does not.
Mo has locked up the hand. Ty with too much showdown value to turn his hand into a bluff either, and Mo is going to take down this pot.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Nice takedown from Mo.
And now Mo is safe in the nit game, down to 5 players remaining.
And I hate to say it, but I still see ATM's name in the nit game, and I certainly hope that we don't see that by the end of the stream. Still rooting hard for him.
Our final dealer change of the night. Joe going out for the last time. Brandon coming back in. Let's take a look at what's going on here at Champions Club this week. Every week that we don't have a special event going on, we have Midday Madness Monday through Thursday. Noon tournament, 140 buy-in, 100 rebuys and add-ons, 5K guaranteed. That's every day at noon, Monday through Thursday. Come on down to Champions Club, Texas, 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South. And on Friday at 2 p.m., we do the 12K guarantee. Friday Firecracker, 150 buy-in on that one, 100 rebuys and add-ons, 12K guaranteed in the prize pool, 25K starting stack. Super fun tournament every Friday. On Wednesdays, you can double dip. We do the noon tournament, that's a 5K no limit hold'em, and then we do another one at 7 p.m., 5K hump day evening tournament, 100 buy-in, $50 rebuys and add-ons, 5K guaranteed in that prize pool as well. We've got a bunch of special events coming up. Also, keep these dates in mind, put them on your calendar. We've got the Fall Poker Open coming in October, the 16th through the 28th. A whole series of events for 2 weeks, culminating in a $1 million guaranteed no limit hold'em tournament. And then in October, Poker Go Tour coming back to Texas for the PLO Roundup, November 16th through 25th. And the first ever $1 million guaranteed pot limit Omaha event during that tournament series. That's November 16th through the 25th for the PLO Roundup, and October 16th through the 28th for the Fall Poker Open. Super excited to have some great tourney series coming up. And here we go with our last PLO bomb pot of the evening.
Definitely excited for that Fall Poker Open in particular. Got plenty of buy-ins ranging from mid-stakes. They occasionally have the high rollers there. Obviously, the $1 million guaranteed main events are always quite a lot of fun to hop in. Definitely excited to fire some of those events.
Yeah, the Summer Poker Open last month was just great, and it's always great when we have the big tournament series here at Champions. Just the buzz in the room, and we have the best tournament staff probably in the country. I'll definitely say we have the best tournament staff in Texas, and it's really fun when we have all the tournament players coming to town for those big events.
Absolutely. Don't think we have graphics available for this hand, but there are quite a lot of cards on the screen.
Just make it a redeal.
Yeah, misdeal.
Yeah. Everybody just.
Ceasefire.
You don't
I
mind,
think
right?
the
Viet?
dealer is acknowledging that there is an issue with the reader of this hand.
Yeah.
I'm for the people.
Most likely what happened is they forgot to switch
I
it
made
to
a mistake.
PLO on the,
Is the kitchen still open?
computer, and it's probably too late to back it up now, so we may
For
just
sure.
see this
Okay,
hand
that's
without graphics, which is
Yeah.
fine. We could do a little speculating here in the booth.
Yeah, I'll do the.
Well, unfortunately, I might be a good
They got
speculator in
burgers,
Hold'em.
steak and
Being
eggs.
a good speculator in PLO is quite hard with
Oh,
the
it's
number of
later.
cards that people could be holding in their hands.
For sure.
No,
Obviously,
they're
I
not-
can
they're
dream about what would be good to have in these spots. On a deuce 3-4 board, it'd be quite nice to have a flush. Obviously, straights are not feeling so good on that board.
Take a little stretch break.
5 of clubs is accounted for, so no straight flush. And it looks like we are getting a little bit of catch up on some of the graphics. Looks like Vegas Viet has chosen to lead out with the ace, queen of clubs. Once again, has the nuts on one of these boards.
Trolp with a set of 5s on one board. Will make the call. He also has a gut shot straight draw on the other board. We see he's drawing dead there.
And
Viet
Viet
with the clubs.
Viet's still live on the other board as well with the ace 3. Deuce would give him the best hand, and
another club comes out. Wow.
Another club on the top. Unfortunately for Trolp, he has actually hit his gut shot straight draw on the bottom board, but that is no good against the ace high flush. So now Trolp looking to dodge clubs, otherwise he will be getting scooped in this pot.
Yeah.
Vegas Viet leading for 475. Trolp making the quick call. Improving. Ace on the river will not be enough for Vegas Viet to win that board.
This should slow him down, though. The bottom board pairs, and he really doesn't improve on the top board. Should most of the time go check, check here.
Right. Trolp obviously having a set of 5s and not improving to a full house. Definitely wishes the other board paired to feel better about his hand. Hand like 4-3 does get there on both boards, actually, which is something Trolp could potentially be concerned about. 4-3 making both a straight and a full house.
And contrary to my prediction, Viet continues to bet here. Bets 1,400, and
obviously a quick call from Trolp and good from Viet. Obviously the board pairing isn't the best thing for him, but I think Vegas Viet, very savvy to understand, holding the 3 of hearts in his hand. He has removal to what is essentially the nuts on both boards, being 4-3.
Oh, never mind. There you go.
So Viet's still electing
It's gonna be
to
black.
exhibit pressure, fire for the size of the pot to potentially take down half the board, but it's going to be a quick call found, and we are still chopping this pot.
Red. Yep. Thank you.
yeah, it works out pretty good there. And kind of a loose call from Trolp, but obviously
Just Jack 5.
turns out to be good there.
Here, baby.
Yeah.
Trolp having just enough of a piece on both boards. Had he not turned that straight on the other board, would have been a much more difficult decision for him. But
Yeah, that agree. I agree.
Yeah, always tough when you have a set and the board straightens out in Omaha.
No. You want Viet
That's
to
no
win
fun.
him.
Yeah, you gotta be in it.
You want him in there? Yeah, as long as he doesn't have nut floats, we good.
How about popping there? You never fold.
looking down now at these cards, it looks like Hayden is away from the table and does have a knit game, or a knit button rather, so he's going to lose his cards by default. ATM also going to get rid of the 5-deuce suited. Folds around over to Mo, who is going to open up the 10-9 suited.
Yeah. I didn't even notice there was only two. And even worse,
Vegas Viet going nowhere in the straddle with ace deuce, and Tisch money with the suited queen makes the call as well, and a knit button and position.
Once again, quite many spades in this hand. We see 5 of them accounted for right now. It'd be unlikely to see spades on the flop, and the flop is indeed all red.
Mo taking the lead here, catching the only piece.
Mo holding a pair of 10s with the best hand so far. Viet not interested in turning his hand into a bluff. 4 of hearts changes absolutely nothing. Introduces some more draws onto the board. But Mo, quick to recognize neither player betting on the flop, neither player likely to have a king, takes it down.
Since when did we do the knit game?
Sorry?
When did we start the net game? I don't even remember.
I feel like it's kind of just been going continuously.
It's in perpetuity, the net game is.
Like 20 minutes.
I mean, mathematically, it couldn't have been 2 hands ago because 4 of them are gone.
I don't mind chopping.
When did I get off the mid game? I don't even know.
Yeah, ATM would be happy to chop this last
Oh,
one.
I think it was.
Yeah. Obviously, going to be better to win, not have to pay any tax at all.
But I feel like we just started.
You heard it here, folks. Winning is better than losing.
Tune in next week for more high-level analysis on Champions Poker. Karmikaze is going to elect another limp with this ace-queen. This is definitely a premium tie, making it 75 to go, the king-9 suited. And Trolp now looking at a pair with the nit button, but I don't imagine Karmikaze limped the ace-queen offsuit just to call. But I'm wrong. He does elect to just call. Very much under-repping the strength of his hand pre-flop. Maybe choosing not to get violent with his hand so late in the stream, knowing there's a lot of nit buttons in play, but rewarded quite heavily on that flop.
Yeah, you have to protect your limp call range, too.
Yeah.
Checks around. Very interesting.
Wow, very, very interesting turn indeed. Obviously, Trolp is now going to lead out with his pair of 4s. Imagines because there's no betting, it's going to be the best hand a good chunk of the time. Vegas Viet, of course, still with a straight draw. Karmikaze with top does elect to raise in this spot. Going to protect the equity of his hand against diamonds and spades.
They're good. They're probably good. But
Trolp is not going to defend the 4s, and Karmikaze, although he didn't apply the aggression pre-flop, he applies it on the turn and takes down the pot.
Broke.
It would have been rough for sure. In a very expensive river, I think.
oh, I was going to have to hang on.
Still 5 players in the nit game, and we're down to, I believe, less than a half hour now remaining in the stream. So
it only gets truly serious whenever we hit that 5-hand warning. I think that's when the players start to scramble a little bit.
Wait, you don't let me get on stuff.
There may not be an abundance of time left on the stream, but obviously it's been a fun night so far with these players. Good action, good battles. Very capable players on stream.
These tournament guys, they just close their eyes with any pair and just go all in.
I will politely say, heck you.
Kareem, let's make him flop a set.
Yeah.
Let's make him flop a set. Put the money in. Yeah.
Let's make him 4-bet.
Get him out of their comfort zone.
Still have 200 big blinds or something.
couple of limpers. Tisch money looking down at 9s in the big blind will open to 125.
And that's great news for Tisch. Got the best of it pre-flop with his nit button still active. And here we go. Although Karmikaze may not have chosen to limp raise with the ace-queen, we are going to make that choice with the king-5, and Tisch money holding a nit button and with plenty of chips in his stack, I imagine will be at least calling here.
He does elect a call, and we will go heads up. Tisch out of position, but with the best of it right now.
A lot of boards that Tisch is not going to like, but 8-8 deuce is certainly one of them. He will enjoy this board. Got an overpair to the board, obviously losing to any 8, but other than that, pretty good spot for Tisch, knowing that Karma's limp range does, of course, include some extremely powerful cards, but indeed some bluffs as well. I think Tisch will be making the call on this flop.
And as predicted, chips are in the middle. Now 1,550 in the pot. That's a card that Tisch money does not like seeing.
Ace of Hearts is certainly a card that Karmikaze can rep, and if Karmikaze is going to win this hand now, he's going to have to rep it. Checking back this sort of card is definitely not advised. If you're going to make a raise with a hand like King-5 pre-flop, you're going to have to stick to your guns and tell your story that you've got something strong, and the Ace of Hearts is definitely one of those cards. Tisch immediately folding after Karmikaze applies aggression. Well played from Karma to take down the pot.
Yep. Definitely telling the story from beginning to end there.
One of the big differences you'll see between a lot of the players who are on this table tonight and a lot of recreational poker players that you encounter on the field is they are not as willing to commit to these large bluffs and pick these spots where they will continue to tell the story. They'll perhaps shut down on turns or flops that aren't necessarily good for their exact hand, but these players are very capable of applying maximum pressure whether they have it or not.
Yeah, it's definitely easy to look at a solver or take some kind of GTO course and say, oh yeah, I'm going to be profitable if I make this big bluff.
But it's
30% of the time. But
it's another thing to execute on it and actually be willing to put your chips in the middle.
Exactly, it's real money.
Speaking of chips in the middle, our friend Vegas Viet not afraid to do that. Mo raising with a 9-7 suited, but quickly being punished by the King 10 of clubs, 3-betting on up from Vegas Viet to 375. Ty now looking down at 6-4 of clubs and not immediately folding. Ty likes his suited connectors. Sounds strange, but Ty could be considering a 4-bet here.
900.
He does.
I love it. So he knows for a fact that Mo isn't necessarily opening a pure tight range. Knows for certain neither is Vegas Viet. So looking to exploit those players' potentially looser range with this 4-bet with the 6-4 clubs. Knows he's got live cards, and also knows that if Viet doesn't have a true premium hand, he's not going to like this spot very much. Always a treat to watch these two players play on stream.
They've been battling all night too.
And the battle will continue. I think Viet is not a folder. For maximum pain, clubs would be an interesting flop. Viet, of course, pondering his decision, knowing he is against a very capable opponent like
24.
Ty. And he does 5-bet with the King 10 of clubs, makes it 2,400 to go. You won't find this in any charts, you won't find this in any solvers, but both extremely capable opponents. They are just playing the man, so to speak.
This is great. And Ty with about 6,000 in his stack, no, closer to 7,000 total. This is basically, you're committing yourself to this pot. You call it 24, and then you have a pot-sized bet left in your stack. If you hit any piece of it, you got to get all the chips in.
As played pre-flop, I definitely understand and like Ty's 4-bet pre, trying to exploit Vegas Viet's relatively loose range compared to the table, but it's really hard whenever you get pushed back on and face a 5-bet. Makes the 5-bet bluff with the King 10 of clubs.
Flip it up, flip it up. Oh my god.
And takes it down.
It was the best hand.
And it was the best hand. Best
Raise,
hand pre,
3-bet, 4-bet,
takes down the
5-bet.
chips pre-flop.
Gotta love it.
As I said before, we just pay rate for the Asian WWF.
Karmikaze, very true.
Can't be that
very,
strong,
very true.
Better, I feel better.
Yeah, I know I had to be.
You guys are fucking animals.
We play with each other. We play with each other way too much.
I know, I feel like it's a 6 bluff, and it
Heard
turns
Viet
out it
say
was like
that
a
there.
10,000 raise or something.
Obviously
I'm
played
over
lots
here
of hours
like,
on the
man,
felt together.
gotta read a book.
Know each other very well.
Yeah, something tells me that this is going to be like a 5-way chop on the Nick game.
Take a peek at this. Vegas Viet from King 10 suited to Ace King suited. 3 bets.
And Mo opening again. Vegas Viet 3-betting again. Nobody's going to give him credit this time.
Viet's got to have an infinite amount of credit given what he just showed down. The 5-bet bluff and Karmikaze with Ace Queen offsuit. This is going to be a rough spot for him potentially.
And they're both 10K deep.
Unless he elects to just call, this is going to be a tough spot. I imagine Karmikaze is going to find the 4-bet here. Mo, gotta feel bad.
Wow.
Opening the hand.
Big fold.
Opening action twice, and wow. Karma with the fold, Mo with the fold. Vegas Viet shows I don't just 3-bet random hands.
Did you read something? Tell us. What gave it away, Kareem? What gave it away?
Nothing gave it away. I just happened to be dominated and didn't get it.
What a
Wish I have an ace, yes.
That hand?
This money will be going in.
This hand? Yeah, I wish you did.
Clutch fold from Karmikaze. We are still 5 ways in the Nick game. These players are having a difficult time winning a pot whenever Vegas Viet is scooping 3/4 of them.
Okay, that makes sense.
He's on fire.
Dominated club.
Really at my club dominated.
Vegas Viet came to play. Didn't come to play those 2 cards.
Yeah, he's out. Everybody, we can get rid of these nip buttons now.
All right, now
quick
it's
raise with 10-9 suited.
Fight back. Tisch money with the standard open from the cutoff. 10-9 suited. Tie. No cards to defend with. ATM, however, on the contrary, will not be folding for that price. Heads up to a flop with 2 nip buttons. We're guaranteed to at least be 4 ways.
No, I got.
No, the lucky river make me not gold.
Oh yeah, the river,
For both players.
Yeah. That was a very good
swing and a
river
miss for both players. It's not a swing and a miss for Tisch's range, and it's going to be a quick bet and a quick fold. Nip button secured for Tisch.
Ain't there the chance you get?
And Craig loses his lily pad.
Poor Craig. He's had his lily pad for the last hour or so, but gonna have to find a better spot to perch now.
If I go on that hand, you might flip flop. I don't want that.
Yeah, you're right.
In favor of the stream, not only Tisch money, but also Craig. Shout out to Craig, the greatest card protector in the business.
I'm sacrificing my 5.
He really knows how to hold down a set of cards.
I know.
He's wait
never
for a
failed
That's why I
one
love you,
time.
Ty.
Wait for a better spot.
I prefer to use a dice or a
When we win
coin
here,
of
you
some
win the
kind to hold
Lightly
down
easy
mine,
to
but
give you in here. You'll be like, what
I also
happened?
find that I can't use card protectors during streams. I'll only really do it during tournament play whenever it's more acceptable to take more time pre-flop because I don't want to develop any tells for moving my card protector on and off my cards. It's kind of a weird dynamic to hold.
I know pay either.
No fair, no draw, but I...
Man, that would have been
Just put your dice and roll them every
You
time.
would be like...
Just roll it every single pot. They'll never know.
Sick call.
Yeah.
Okay, Karmikaze makes it back to the table in time to peel a napkin and folds. Will Trolp be able to take this
I
down?
am going to have to watch this one, boys. I have a lot of questions.
This was a very.
I'm not going to lie. I have a lot of questions.
I'll tell you, I did not have it.
Oh, God damn it.
I have a feeling that the answer is
It
no,
was a bluff.
because Ty has peeled a suited connector.
Thank you.
You got a diamond blocker?
Ty going big again. 200 with the 8-7.
Chookiat
Well, I had a
now,
blocker.
he does choose to fold.
Not a
He had the
diamond.
9-7 of diamonds, does still hold his
But-
nip button.
You literally made me fold.
Trolp will defend.
Heads up, we go to a flop. Trolp with the best of it pre. Will it remain the best post? Trolp holding a nip button, Ty not. And I feel like it's been this way all night for these players. It's just unfortunate when you're playing against aggressive players like Ty, Viet, or Tisch post-flop. If you completely miss, it doesn't matter if they have junk or not. If you have nothing, you're just in a terrible spot.
Right.
Ty continuing for $200 does improve on this flop. Noted, he does have a gut shot straight draw, but impossible to defend with a hand like Queen 9 in that spot, and the aggression is going to pay off.
And Nick game continues.
Nick game likely to be chopped at this point. Stream in its waning
Playing
hours.
deep stack poker.
Yeah.
We're not letting these tournament guys jam their stupid king 10 suited.
Yeah.
I think they can just get away with it. We're making them see a flop. We're making them see a flop deep.
Boy.
If you like what you're seeing, be sure to give us a like and a subscribe.
Somebody's
Hit that
got to
notification bell.
Rowdy children.
This will be the wrap on streams for this week, but we will be back on Monday, 7 p.m. Oh, actually, sorry, Labor Day weekend. We're going to be doing Tuesday through Friday next week instead of Monday through Thursday. And Friday actually will be a ladies stream.
Yeah.
So it's
Obviously, very grateful to Champions Club for giving me the opportunity to hop on here as a guest. Commentary, extremely fun. Love doing it, even though I've never done it before. But it's very, very fun.
Well, we're happy to have you, and I think you added a lot to the stream today. Hopefully we'll have you back in here again.
Sounds great. And while we're looking at this pot here, We're seeing a raise from Trolp with the 6-5 suited, a call from Hayden with the pocket deuces, Karmikaze choosing to squeeze to $300 on the dealer button, but Trolp has had enough. Puts in the call with the 6-5 suited, out of position, but he knows he has 2 live cards.
Yeah, gets Hayden to fold the deuces.
And head straight to a flop, and just when you put in a stand and try and defend, the flop is ace-ace-queen. That's it's going to be a tough one. Karmikaze with a death grip on this hand, and Trolp with absolutely nothing except for clubs.
And a small c-bet here from Karmikaze as expected, 150. And discipline laydown by Trolp.
And you can see Trolp thinking about it because he understands that Karmikaze will be betting range on this board, on an ace-ace-queen board, even if Karmikaze missed, but he just doesn't have the hand to fight back with. You know? So got to be disciplined in those spots, even if you think they're potentially taking advantage of your lack of good cards. Still have to just be disciplined, make those folds.
Round it up. So if one of you guys could really that button.
Viet, do you want to end on the 20?
Yeah.
So it sounds like we are in the last 5 hands. I missed what Brandon was saying there, but this is either 5 hands left or 4 hands left.
You don't think any of them can win any of the next 3 hands?
Nope.
Wow.
Nope.
Bold words coming from the table.
It's going to be unlikely, but...
And Trolp took that personally, raising it
this
up.
This really is a battle of the
suit.
knots. And then Hayden
That's
is
the only thing
mix.
is handle is trying.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all that matters.
Which Matt can lose
All
their
in.
button.
I think this time he's going to get it through.
We agree round it up, right? For the 200.
Let's see if Trolp wants to gamble and make
Both
the
of
call
y'all have a
here.
hand?
Somebody's going to lose their nip button in this hand.
Trolp with the cheeky smile. He understands that ATM has had enough.
Cheering for Matt.
He probably thinks he only has 1 overcard.
He's got 2. We've got a
You want chop?
flip
Put Broadway on
for
the
all the
board.
chips in this situation.
Tight layout, huh?
And it's going to be a fold.
An ace?
No
You show
one
ace?
takes down the nit button for the nit game 4 times. ATM
Yo, get rid
able
of
to
that
save
button.
himself from the
No
penalty.
record. We broke his tonight, baby.
In overtime. ATM fist bumping table mates.
Finally, you pay.
Very impressive.
I would not have wanted to see him lose 4 nit games in a row. That's not fun for any person at all.
I've never lost a nit game, but I've never played one. So.
Oh, okay. Well, you might as well keep it that way. It's a dangerous game. I say I enjoy it. I don't say I recommend it. It's a tough one to play.
Well, you don't see it too much on the small games that I
mean, buddy,
find, so.
they see Viet on TV and they're like...
I'm sure someone will suggest it someday. With how many streams you've commentated, I'm sure you're well aware of the nit game dynamics. I'm sure you could handle yourself.
Oh, I would definitely play it. I also know that I would definitely forget to turn over my hand if I had it. If you're bluffing, of course you're going to turn your hand over.
If you
get it,
rip it in there with 7-4 and they fold, of course you're showing that. But if you turn the nut flush, it's like, oh, nice fold, and then you don't show your cards.
Yeah, if I make a straight with 7-4, I'm going to forget to turn it over.
Oh. Only a couple hands left in this stream. Chookiat is going to be limping in. Mo limps in behind, and Vegas Viet does not tolerate passive action, raising it up with the 8-6 offsuit. Knows for a fact that Mo is going to be raising most of his strongest hands here, so I like the aggressive squeeze from Viet, but Mo also in turn recognizing some of the dynamics at play and will make the call with an ace in hand and will flop the best of it on an ace high board. I don't think Mo's going to be getting away from this one.
I was allowed to draft him.
Yeah, Viet has 3-bet the last
yet.
3 raises that Mo has made.
We've got 2 hands left.
This time Mo has something to defend with.
Yeah, Mo not going to be folding 1 pair of aces on this board. Viet taking a small stab, but I think once Mo calls, he is going to be well aware of
How much is that bottle?
what is to come. Queen of spades on the turn. I don't believe either of them have spades, and they do not. Mo with a lock on the hand. Viet is only going to be winning by applying maximum pressure. It's a question of if Viet wants to do that at this point.
Worth it?
If he checks back, the hand is essentially over. Not going to be able to credibly rep anything on the river, so if we're going to tell the story, let's start telling it now. Bet big on the turn for Vegas Viet. 400, almost a pot-sized bet. close to 75% pot.
Okay, fair enough.
It's usually a 300% upcharge.
Tough spot for Mo.
We're just paying to
Ace, no kicker, no spade in hand is also incredibly important. Would love if that was the ace of spades other than the ace of clubs. But he understands that if Viet has a good hand, he's crushed. I don't think he's folding, though. Mo has seen the amount of aggression that Viet has applied tonight. We'll call at least one more time. Hope for a brick river. 5 of clubs, relatively speaking, is safe. Vegas Viet snap, checks it back. Does not want to bluff Mo money, and Mo finally takes one off of the table crusher, Vegas Viet.
75.
Nicely played by Mo there, just not giving up.
And to be fair, when you play in these big games against these good players, you're going to have to grit your teeth and lock in whenever they start applying the big pressure. Mo, well aware of that, and does make a nice call to take down the spot. I believe this is the last hand of the stream. I could be wrong, or there's 2 hands after this, perhaps.
Ace 3 over there, Trolp.
It's either 1 or 2. Not sure.
We'll know if the splash pot is in the middle. I think it is the last. I see all the nip buttons are gone, so I think.
I mean, if I was flipping, I would have thrown it in.
Yeah.
Right. It's going to be really dominated, ace 10.
Yeah, I think we're doing the splash pot now. Split between the 3 players.
Trolp, Hayden, and Chookiat splitting the $200 penalty 3 ways. Not so bad. Not compared to the 200 each. Final hand of the night. Ty going to have to relinquish his cards, as unfortunately will ATM and Chookiat.
All the way around already.
Locking up the process here.
Lock it up, guys.
Locking up the lock. Locking up the lock.
Mo opening big, the 200 from the small blind with that 200 in the middle. That's a good raise size, but Viet going nowhere with the 9-4.
Viet cannot find the fold button, and Trolp actually looking down at a strong hand. I imagine based on how Trolp has been playing some of these pots, going to elect to use some pot control against these players. Going to make the call with the King 10 suited, currently the best hand by a pretty wide margin.
Yeah, in position, I like it. If he's out of position, you might just jam there, but...
Yeah, all players with live cards going to this flop, and I see a low board, which is usually a good sign for Vegas Viet. Does flop himself a gut shot straight draw. That's going to be enough to bet it. Half pot bet into the middle. Trolp only with backdoor spades and king high. Going to be hard to find a call, and it's going to be even harder for Mo with queen high. Vegas Viet pre-shows the bluff, knows that Mo has already folded in his mind, and is going to take down the last pot of the night.
That hand plays out differently if you don't have any buttons.
Yeah, what a great stream. Super active table, as we're going to see here when the statistics come up. And some great street poker all night long.
Yeah.
A 5-bet bluff with King 10. Turns out it wasn't a bluff.
It was not
the best
hand. Some street poker and some also really solid theoretical poker. Again, big props to all these players for hopping in the stream, putting on a show, playing great for us. And just like you said, Vegas Viet, 63% on that VPIP. Not afraid to play pots and not afraid to win them either.
And nobody below 30%.
Absolutely. Nobody sitting here knitting it up, waiting for the stones. Great showing from all of our players here. Looking at the pre-flop raise, Vegas Viet also close to 50% on that. And these are the numbers that everybody came here for. Vegas Viet having a great night, winning almost $8,000. Karmikaze and Tisch money also booking near $3,000 wins. Not the best night for ATM and Ty, unfortunately. They are going to be down a significant amount. And of course, good small wins for Mo and Hayden as well.
Yeah, super fun night. Bad card distribution for a couple of those players, but everybody played super well tonight, and it was very entertaining to watch. And it was great having you here, Chris, on analysis.
Of course.
Different voice, something new. And that's going to do it for this week. Champions Poker Live. This is Dan Fouts for Chris McCauley saying goodnight, and come on back next week, Tuesday, 7 p.m.
No buck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. And no buck, counting the stacks, stacking the